Okay, it's 2:30. We're going to get the study session started. Mike, do you have any comments, or are we going to turn it over to Ms. Pack right away?
Sorry, and I think my mic's on now. Yes, I'm going to quickly turn it over to Ms. Pack, but I think you all received an email indicating that Penny Bettles was unavailable unexpectedly. We did try to coordinate a little bit. We are on a very tight time frame, so we've got 3 people at least that I recognize here trying to take Penny's place, and told them that I would share that and maybe employ you for a little bit of grace as we try to pick our way through the SDI presentation.
Okay. Hey, Dan.
Thank you, Mike. And I just mentioned to them that I'm just going to do a quick overview of what the presentation was. I don't have the PowerPoint, but I did send you a copy of it in your packet on Thursday.
And I very diligently pulled it out of my packet because I didn't think we'd be doing it today. So I'll watch along. I've been through it once, and I'm sure Melanie can get me straightened out on anything I've missed.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be much that you don't remember. So real quickly, I just wanted to highlight that, and some of this information, from what I understand, has changed since we got this information, so they will update that for us. At the current balance in the 2020 facade grant program for SDI was $19,021 at the printing of this program. I do understand that has changed, so they will update us on that. The funding sources for 2020 were, of course, the $95,000 that the city supported, $45,000 for operating budget, and $50,000 for the facade programming. They had a total funding source of $218,250 for 2020. For 2021, they had mentioned that they were going to decrease their request from the city by 5% due to COVID, which brings it a total of $90,250 request from the city. It does reduce their total revenues to $213,500. And their expected expenses to $240,800, which leaves them in a deficit of $27,300. That's about all I was going to do. So I'm going to turn it over to you all and let you talk about the changes.
Hello, I'm Cassie Strite. I am on the executive board for SDI, and I'm also a downtown business owner. You all know Mel. She is our amazing assistant with Salina Downtown. And then our president, Mindy Davison, is also here with us today. Hopefully Penny doesn't have COVID, and we do appreciate your grace. We do not have a slideshow, so Melissa, if you want a copy of this to look over, you feel good with it? Okay.
I'll do my best to keep up, thanks.
Like, Mel's always prepared. That's why we have her. We love her. Just a couple things that I do want to mention. The facade funding has completely been awarded. There is no more facade funding available for 2020. So, you all know the facade funding is exceptionally important to Salina Downtown. We've spent 2 years, almost 3 years under construction, and building owners have really taken advantage of that phase. There's been a lot of improvements to buildings. New businesses have come in. They've really used this facade funding to improve not only energy efficiency, but to go back and just revamp the life in their buildings and make it something that people want to come visit and want to come shop and spend their money at, which is good for everybody. Revenue dollars are always good for everybody. We did request a 5% decrease because we know everyone's budgets are super tight. Ours is as well. A couple years ago, the request was made that we spend down what was in our reserves, and we have done that. So we are reserve free, so to speak, at this point. We have invested in Salina Downtown. We have our truck. We have our downtown aesthetic specialist, Brendan Carr. He goes around and he makes sure, well, now that he's back from his furlough, he makes sure that weeds are pulled, that trash corrals are staying as clean as we can possibly keep them. He really just keeps downtown presentable. He's also taking on with volunteers, keeping the flower pots weed free, because we do know that's hard right now for the city. And I don't know, do you have, the stimulus package is something I do want to talk about, because we did invest during the shutdown. We did invest quite a little bit of time and energy into our events and programming, the BOGO promo and the 25 for 25. It's on the second page of your flyer. Penny and Mel, they were great. They stayed on top of it. We did not expect this program to light like a match like it did. It actually, before they were able to shut it down, we had more purchasers than we had funds. So we had to dip into some of our entertainment fund or our advertising fund to help cover the cost of people that were purchasing gift cards to support downtown. As a business owner, that was huge. That helped me make or break some of my bills during our shutdown. It went from by the sweat of my brow to, okay, I got this for another month. We're going to be all right. And it really has helped fuel with the reopening, people coming back into downtown and saying, hey, I got this gift card. And SDI was responsible for both of those programs, putting them together, finding the matching dollars and making sure that it was successful. So do you have anything else that we should talk about?
On the gift cards?
Anything at all?
I've got some clarification in kind of a broader sense, but first of all, I want to acknowledge that we've been working with SDI on a transfer agreement. They've been incredibly patient. The provisions of the whole Star Bond development agreement provide that the master developer will get reimbursed $200,000 first out of the CID proceeds. So we're still waiting for that to run its course before any additional funding might be available to distribute to SDI. But we do need to get a transferee agreement in place before those funds are available in anticipation of that. So we've been working with Penny and Mindy and Stuart and some other representatives of SDI. I think we have it in near final form to bring to you shortly. Kind of have a last round of legal review and need to send it to SDI, but it makes provision for some of the things that the ladies were describing in terms of, if you recall, the development agreement provided for maintenance, security, and programming funding for that, and identified SDI as the source initially to enter into an agreement with. So our estimates were $7.5, almost $7.6 million over the life of the Star Bonds, with 40.6% of that going to SDI, and that equating to an estimated $2.8 million over the life of the Star Bonds. Has yet to start. We've yet to get enough increment to get that going, but that's one provision. And then you may recall last year we had requests for funding for child care, $100,000 for child care, and that comes out of the Economic Development Fund that we have, along with payments to SDI and SCEDO and any type of funding that we would give for an economic development prospect. And so we talked then about the facade program is funded out of that economic development program. So I think one of the decision points or issues and options that we're going to bring forward to you is how we balance that economic development fund, just because I can already see the request exceeding the annual income as well as exceeding the balance in that fund. And so the other thing that I would tell you is, as part of the development agreement, there's the Community Improvement District sales tax that's estimated to generate $7.5 million. 18.9% of that is set aside for existing retail, so about $1.4 million over the life of the Star Bond. So that's funding intended not necessarily for facades in particular, but existing retailers and improvements to their facilities. I do think a case could be made on a case-by-case basis to fund a facade improvement through that. There's a larger portion, almost twice as much, set aside for new retail, 39.5%, and that's 2.9, right at $3 million estimated for new retail funding. And there's also the tax increment financing portion of the project, and that in total that's estimated to generate $4.8 million, with 53% of that, or $2.6 million, being for the new businesses, and then that $2 million that I identified for maintenance, security, and programming. So I don't want to surprise SDI as we start to bring all this into focus. I already know there's going to be an imbalance in the Economic Development Fund, and we're going to have some issues and options to bring forward to you. And part of the conversation last year was, can we transition from facade funding to Star Bond funding of those improvements? So
Those dollars that you were talking about, do they have to be retail businesses, or can it be service businesses also downtown?
It specifically says retail.
That's what I wanted.
Yep. And so each one of those would be a transferee agreement process. It would go through Salina 2020 as the master developer of the city, and then whatever that scope is would come to you as a governing body as a transferee agreement to be approved. So it'd be a little bit more formal than a facade program, probably more sizable project by project than what we've seen in the way of facade improvements. But the impacts of the facade program are noticeable in the downtown, no doubt. It's just a question of, do we continue that, or do we transition to the star bond approach? Well, you can do both if we can find the funds.
Okay, if I could back you up just a second, the 1.8 million and the 2.9 million, what are the sources on that? You said,
Well, okay, let me try to do that more systematically. If the CID, the Community Improvement District funding, is estimated to generate $7.6 million, and it's divided 4 ways. 40% of that essentially is maintenance, security, and programming, which would be the transferee agreement with SDI, and that's estimated to be $2.8 million over the life of the Star Bond project. 1%, or $50,000, was set aside for Old Chicago and their improvements to their location. 39.5% was set aside for new retail improvements, and that I estimated right at $3 million.
Okay.
18.9% was set aside for existing retail improvements, and that equates to $1.4 million.
So that's all CID money?
Yeah, that's all
Okay.
CID. Then tax increment financing was estimated to generate $4.8 million, almost 4.9. 800,000 of that was hotel TIF funding for the Homewood Suites. 21%, or $920,000, was set aside for downtown apartments, which we haven't heard a whole lot about lately. 6.9%, or $300,000, was set aside for the Old Chicago project, and then 53.8%, or $2.6 million, was set aside for new business improvements. So, admittedly, that new business aspect would be someone moving into the downtown, where the facade program could fund an existing business to make improvements.
Okay,
So,
that sounds like a rather lengthy conversation to be had as to what each of those pots can be used for.
yeah,
And
the development agreement goes
who
into greater
administers
detail.
them is another question.
I'm sorry.
Who administers them is another question.
Yeah, the development agreement spells out a lot of detail about how they're to be used and setting and allocating funds, and the city's accounting for each one of those. And then that's where there's an application made to the master developer, city staff vet that, and then it comes back to you in the form of a transferee agreement. But just to be clear, if you are currently an existing business in the downtown that would, in the future apply for a facade grant, the thing that would probably be most applicable out of everything that I just described would be that existing retail fund out of the CID at $1.4 million over the life of the project.
But if you're a new
I'm sorry.
business moving into an old location downtown, that would qualify under the new business
Correct.
segment, even though it's an old location.
Correct, and
Okay.
that would generate $5.6 million.
Okay.
And it could be more than just facade improvements. It can be interior renovation. It can be more extensive.
We did provide a list of who we had granted the facade monies to in your packet. So you can take a look at that and see who was existing, who was retail, who was service industry.
And I don't know if Debbie or Tara or Mike would have an idea, how close are we to hitting that $200,000 threshold on the developer reimbursement? I mean, are we?
We currently collected about $165,000
I-
through June.
That's what I was thinking on your last report, but I just wanted to make sure. So in all likelihood, we should hopefully get to that $200,000 mark before the end of 2020. So then at that point, monies will be flowing into the other funding. So at that point, monies are going to start accruing for the things that you broke down within the CID, correct?
Yep. Don't know that, we'll see if we hit the mark in terms of generating annually what we might have expected. But yes, at that point, it'll be divided into those different allocated uses, including maintenance, security, and programming for SDI.
Okay, and I guess my question is, since we've made those percentage allocations, I'm assuming that for every dollar, it's just going to add up like that. So even though we may start accruing monies in that fund in 2021, chances are it's not going to be enough to actually do a whole lot. I mean, am I characterizing that adequately? I mean, what do we expect to see from that fund annually? What was projected for that? 100,000?
In total or for SDI?
For the projects for SDI? I mean, in terms of like the new
100.
business, the existing business?
A little over 100,000 a year.
Okay.
The 27,005 that you're showing as a projected loss, that's coming from your reserves, is that right?
Yes.
And what are your reserves at this point?
We
We had
Zero.
yeah,
We had to cash out a CD in June.
we took our CD and cashed it in so that we would have operating covered.
Okay.
Do you guys have any questions that you think that we could answer for you? We're not as on it as Penny, but we're trying.
Well, I have a whole page of questions, some of which just got answered. I was going to ask about how you were going to fund the differential, and according to your May report, that CD is about $53,000, so that should be sufficient to cover it.
Yeah.
I also noticed that your balance had been declining over the last year, but you answered that because you were asked to pull it down somewhat, so
Yes.
that's, I get that.
We were asked to spend it down.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Scragg, do we have a written agreement with Salina Downtown on this, or is this just kind of a informal thing? I mean, it's $250,000 or thereabouts, and it's starting to rise to the level where we maybe ought to formalize it. I know we've had agreements with them from time to time about different things. I just don't know if the annual allotment is a part of that.
Well, and to be clear, that $85,000 that's mentioned with the service fee revenues, as you know, those are generated by the DID.
By the district itself,
By the district
yes.
itself.
Yeah.
Those are the fees collected.
So I believe this has been an annual budget allocation.
Okay. Do you guys have an annual audit or financial review, or somebody who is
We have it.
separate from the people who do your bookkeeping come in and look at the books occasionally?
We do have the people that do our books, Woods and Durham, here in town. They recommended not doing an annual audit this year, but doing one every 2 years, I
I
believe.
believe so, yes.
Okay, so it is a biannual thing then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And while we're on that topic, I've multiple agencies that we have agreements and we have an audit requirement that represents a sizable expense for them. So there's been requests to either alternate or take an alternate approach that's not a full-blown audit, that's not as expensive. So
I think they're going to do a review
right.
this year.
Yeah, I
The
get
review
the
is about
expense
half.
part, because auditing can be very expensive if you go with the full
15,000 for the audit, I believe, and
full bore.
7,000 for the
So
review.
as we go into additional agreements, that's something we may need to consider
Yeah.
a different approach.
Does Woods and Durham prepare your monthly reports for you?
Yes.
So you have that?
They do everything.
that passed.
And which is why they said they don't feel that it's necessary to
Right.
do an audit every year because they're so hands-on, and they review everything
Essentially every month.
every 2
Yeah.
weeks. They do our
good.
books. so.
The audit wouldn't reveal anything.
Yeah, because I don't think it's always been like that, so that's
No,
good.
no.
It
So,
hasn't.
yeah.
We've switched to Woods and Durham middle of last year, first of this year.
When Phil Klima was in office, then she did
Everything
all of our
herself.
books in office. And when Penny took over this position, she switched it to outside sources. So,
That's a good idea.
yeah.
If I could double back to the agreement question, it looks like on file we have agreements from 2006 through 2011 for the facade program, And the 2011 did not automatically renew. It expired in December of 2011, and we don't have any
And
formal
I think
agreements
that
on.
applied to the supplemental money, not to the basic BID
Yeah, it was
fees.
the- it was the facade
Yeah,
program.
The facade program, yeah. Do you happen to know how many businesses are currently, no, let me ask this. How many separate locations are within the district? In other words, if everybody was full, how many businesses would we have in that district?
Well, I just sent out, I'm in the middle of sending out our ballots for our board elections
Right.
for this year. And between business owners and businesses, I'm sending out 253 letters.
Okay.
But I don't know what the exact breakdown
Okay.
between the two of those
And do
is.
you know what your vacancy rate is at this point?
I don't know percentage.
Things are kind of in a state of
Flux.
flux.
Yeah.
That's a good word, thank you. So, okay, all right.
Help me out here, do nonprofits pay the BID fund?
not.
They do
No.
not, so that's the other thing to keep in
And
mind.
that's a large part of it,
Yeah.
especially with the hospital being down
KU
here.
School of Medicine
Yep.
and that, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that would represent a significant hit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably $1,500, $2,000 in
course,
BID fees right there. I mean, of course, yeah, they're generating monies
They
another
weren't paying
way.
much as a vacant building.
Quite a
anyways.
significant number of not-for-profits down here.
Yeah.
And I will say that Penny and Mel do a great job of reaching out to outside businesses. They're outside of the district, especially those that are just on the lip of the district. And they do a great job of securing partnership fees from them. So they can be an SDI partner, which isn't a huge number, but it's a lot of work and they do a good job of it.
We have, I think, around 15 outside businesses that partner with us. It's $200 a year to be a partner.
I want to say I'm a supporter. I like the idea. I would rather spend money at a local business owned locally than at a big box or a franchise, just in me. And the other thing that, you know, a long time ago, somebody told me, I don't remember who it was, but I thought it was profound at the time, and I still do. It says, you know, if you think about your hometown, what do you think of? You think of Main Street or whatever that main business district is, because that's just the image we carry. And visitors to the community also remember us that way. Wasn't long ago that it was a year ago, but I was at a music festival in Paola, and the person behind me happened to be from Overland Park, and there was a break, and we just kind of talked, and he says, oh yeah, Salina, they've got that Italian place across from the theater. Now, he didn't remember the name of the place, but he had a very definite image of Salina as being that entertainment and that food, and I thought that was very, very heartening to hear that we create that kind of an image on visitors.
And from a business owner's standpoint, the last 2 years of construction was, it was rough, but we've all rallied around each other with that very sentiment in mind, that we wanted to be what people remembered about downtown was our businesses, the way we made them feel welcome, the environment that we have in downtown, and we've all stuck it out and worked really hard to make sure that that happens.
I would add to that, going into the project, staff intentionally tried to reach out to communities that have been through a downtown renovation like that to try to learn any tips on how to mitigate that, but more so to just get a sense of what to anticipate. And the patience shown by the downtown businesses exceeded expectations. They've been great to work with.
Thank you, because sometimes we didn't feel like we were very patient, but thank you.
Thank you.
So
And-
basically, the funding request is the same as it was for
5%.
last year, which is
5%
basically a
less.
$95,000 package total. And, I mean, I kind of think that that's a discussion, hello, Fly, that we, we need to have when we're looking at our sales tax, economic, development fund. Where do we feel collectively where we're going to get the biggest bang for our investment? And you really have shown us very clearly the kind of return on investment that we see from the funds that have been allocated to you. So I'd thank you for that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Melissa.
Do you have any other questions for us?
Good job, ladies.
Thank you.
You did well.
Thanks, Mr. Hoppett.
If you could let Penny know that we didn't disgrace her.
Let me get out my phone. Oh, my God.
She's actually probably sleeping because I think she has maybe 4 functional hours in her a day right now. But thank you very
Thanks,
much for
guys.
hearing us.
Good job.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to what we didn't finish last week, which was the comprehensive fee schedule. Top 10 fee revenues, water fees, wastewater fees, EMS fees, solid waste sanitation, municipal court golf, parks and rec fees, Kenwood Cove and building and inspection fees. As you may or may not recall, the comprehensive fee schedule is approved by resolution. We typically take what the average CPI is and try to increase our fees annually by 2 to 3% just to stay up with inflation. There are some fees that are not set through the comprehensive fee because they're either set through statute or through the judge or through other means. The wastewater and water fees are looked at later in the fall after the summer activity can be allocated to the fund. And also the recreation fees for programming are not done through the comprehensive fee schedule. They're done through their own comprehensive fee plan.
Would there be a chance of getting a copy of those fees, though, even though they're not in our packet?
Of the parks fees?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
And if I could piggyback on that really quickly, a question that came up to me, and I don't mean to derail your presentation, Debbie, but after the mayor asked about parks and rec fees, if we could get some information in terms of participation in different programs. I know obviously we don't have this year because we're not doing it, but sometimes, as we've been hearing from the soccer families, it would help me to know how many people were really talking about.
Sure. I think we have some of that information from some prior
Study session.
study
Yeah.
sessions that
Yeah.
we've given you. We may not have the specific fees, but they'll have them in their program. So then we look at CPI based on the urban consumers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you can see from this, it's gone way down, but that average over the last 12-month period is about 1.64%. The fees that we wanted to bring forward specifically to you, and you'll get a copy of the entire fee schedule. If I didn't give it to you, I meant to, but I will, are the fees that are anticipated to increase either more than 5% or more than $1. As you can see, there are several in the cemetery. Mostly those are in the 2% range, but because they're over $1, they're listed here. We have some animal services fees that are increasing, specifically the surrender fees, the pit bull fees, some of those that are increasing significantly.
Debbie, just, if we have questions about specific line items, we should save that for the end of the month, early August discussion time?
If the department head is here, you're welcome to ask him now, because we
Yeah.
will be looking at this on Wednesday at our study session to kind of make some decisions. So if you have
And-
questions, this would probably be the time to.
Right, if it's information that's helpful and you making that
If we don't have it, we can get it
go
at
ahead and
least
ask
for
it now.
Wednesday.
Okay, I was just curious as to why, for the application under dog permits, I'm assuming generically the pit bull is functionally considered a dangerous dog in the city? And I'm wondering why we've separated those two out as
Actually by code, a dangerous dog is a pit bull is assumed dangerous because of its breed. Dangerous dogs have had incidents to the
Already had-
point that
okay.
the judge
That's
has
what I was-
declared them to be dangerous, and there's a different process in terms of permitting and
what I was
maintaining them, licensing them, that type of thing.
All right, thank you.
And yeah, maybe on Wednesday, we can talk too about, I'm all for doing our best to recoup our expenses, but the bottom line too is that we want to have these animals registered, and it kind of goes along with the surrender fees. I mean, $2 seems, very low to surrender a dog, but at the same time, I want people to be choosing to bring their animals to the animal shelter instead of just dumping them in the country.
So that's what it costs to drop a dog off? At that point, you might as well just make it free.
Well, yeah, I
Well,
mean,
we're
yeah.
raising it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Then the next department that we have some raises in is well, these are not raises, these are decreases actually. And based on a contract that we awarded for towing, a lot of these fees are going down, so that we're recouping the cost that we're paying for some of these services that are being provided by the tow truck drivers. Public Works are going up, not significant, most of these are just going up $1 or something, but that makes it, because they're low fees, that makes the percentages look a little higher than the 5%.
And- Okay. I saw Deputy Chief back there, because I know that we had received a question about the cost of police reports and about, some communities, if you are just available to access them online, don't have a fee if the consumer can take care of that for themselves.
Sure,
And-
like the accident reports,
Right,
that's
right.
done online, but with the case files, the accident reports actually go into that system, so they're all there to be accessed, whereas our case reports are in-house, and that functionality
That's
is
a
not there.
completely different.
Yeah.
That's, okay. But they can get the reports they need on just like, when you do have.
So, yeah,
an
if they come to
incident.
the station to make an open records request, or if they want a copy of a police report that they made for their insurance or something.
Right.
Yeah, they can either come in, call, we can mail it.
Okay.
Is that
And
what
that's
you're referring-
$15
What?
as well?
I'm sorry, I think the question is what's available online?
Yeah,
And
like,
at no fee?
yeah, i.e., if I just needed to get a police report for insurance, is there any way that I
Unless it's
could
an
just
accident-
access?
Unless it's an accident, you cannot.
Okay, okay.
And the $15 is for digital items such as photographs or videos, things of that nature.
Okay, okay. So the actual police report is still $10 for like insurance purposes? I think that's what it was prior? Okay, thank you.
I had a quick question on the wrecker pricing, because that's what the amounts you have there is what we're being charged by the wrecker service and stuff.
That's correct.
Do we have any administrative
There is
work
not.
that we have to do on that we should be, I hate to use the word upcharging, that we should be charging for our time on top of
Essentially,
that?
what that covers, and I think how it originally came about, was when there was an accident and the driver requested a wrecker, that it was kind of the prices as far as us calling them was all over the place. So there was we were wanting some standardization. If we were making that call, then what fee are you going to charge these folks? Because sometimes it was getting to be pretty high. So every 2 years, and it's about that time, come the fall, that they're asked, the record companies that want to participate in the on-call rotation, what they will charge the public for coming out to pick up a vehicle on a police department on-call list. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
the only thing we're doing is making a phone call.
Okay, that's what I was
And I think
asking.
the key to
Perfect,
that
okay.
standardization is if you're a citizen that doesn't know who to call and you ask the police department, we were on a rotation. Well, without standardized pricing, one person we may call a tow company with a sizably greater cost than another. So we
some of
created
that-
a process to standardize that amount.
And some of that went back to, too, that we would be getting called, reference, the price they were being charged, and, people were concerned with regards to that price, and so this seemed to be a good way to standardize it when we're making those calls for them. Certainly on an accident scene, if somebody has a preference, we'll call their preference for them, and then that's whatever fee they charge at that time.
Thank you.
And why the prices had gone down is we failed, the police department did, to get those lower prices added into this year's list. Now, the record companies, as far as I know, have been charging what was the agreed upon amount. This was to document what that fee was to be.
So essentially, this list was wrong, and it's being corrected at this point to match what we're actually doing.
Although, as I mentioned, that's coming up to go out to bid again come this fall. It's every
Deputy Chief,
2 years.
just one last question. For the actual police report for a motor vehicle accident, is that is separate from what's listed here? What was the $10 fee
The
that you?
$10 is just like if you have to call and get a police report to submit to your insurance company.
Be that for accident, stolen something, or just any police report?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
The Commissioner Hodges had referenced a report that is still $10, and I was just wondering which report that is and how it's different from what's listed here under police reports.
As far as I know, both for accident and police reports, we charge the same amount for both. Can you tell me what page you're on?
I'm sorry,
It's
page
not in here,
6,
Oh, okay.
at the very top.
The other one's not on here.
Okay.
I'll have to look in the comprehensive fee schedule to see where that other one's listed and check with Deputy Chief to see if that one was changed significantly.
Okay, so if I called a police report because, I don't know, somebody threw something against my garage door and I needed a report for insurance, that would be the same report
From what, yeah,
as
and I actually
car
have
accident report or,
copies of reports are $10 each. So an accident or a criminal case, yes, $10 each.
okay.
One can be obtained, well, both of them can be obtained from us directly, but we normally ask people to go to the online site for accidents just because it's self-serve in that you can pay and obtain the accident report via the online site. And as far as the criminal cases, you can email a request, you can come in, you can call, we can mail those to you, and then that's $10 as well.
Okay. This is going to sound like a philosophical, well, it is a philosophical question. If that report is part of police duty, why do we charge for the report at all?
I guess,
If you need till Wednesday to answer it, that's fine.
well, I think in its most basic, there's a lot of things that we produce as part of our normal course of business, but then reproducing that or printing it and the staff time to do that is what, for any open records request, there's a permissible fee to cover the cost of producing it in response to the request. So just because an officer typed up a report to then take a citizen's request and process that request and deliver it to them, there's work and cost above and beyond what the officer did on the scene or.
Because the report has to be produced anyway, whether no one ever requested a
It
copy
has to be
of it.
logged into the system.
Well, into the
but,
system, right.
There may be attachments, there may be photographs to be printed, all that needs to then be printed and produced.
Right, so is there, if we're spending time processing, I can see that. So this is not just a report that has all that stuff already combined into one report anyway? Like a picture of the accident?
Sometimes there's research involved, but in your example that you gave, that you had some damage to your garage door, that would be fairly simple to find just by, you probably have the case number, and we could produce the report for you, photographs as well, without too much research. Sometimes you may have something that involves multiple cases, maybe an accident or something else, so there might be a little more research because somebody doesn't have a case number or name or location, date and time, things of that nature. So it takes a little research on our part.
So it just spreads the total cost over the whole year. So this is the average amount of time it takes to
Yeah,
generate
I've called it up in the comprehensive fee schedule, and under police reports, there's an inspection report at $10, a copied report at $10, copied and mailed report at $15, electronic photos including media, which is the item that's on the PowerPoint at $9, and there's a footnote that the above fee includes the first 15 minutes of retrieval time. There will be additional charges for each additional 15 minutes or portion thereof required to provide the record. So it's trying to anticipate the amount of effort associated with responding and then charge for that.
And to be fair, even if somebody accesses their own information through the online system, there is the $10 charge. Right.
That's correct.
And I understand the point there. In terms of-
I mean, it's already, yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions on police? Okay. I started to talk about Public Works. Most of those, like I said, are pretty small amounts, just the percentages have gone over that net change amount. Also in Public Works, we have the landfill, which has increases on both. They decreased the poundage but increased the fee on this. So the decrease of 500 pounds, up to 500 pounds for $10, but then the charge of anything over 500 pounds was changed to $40. And then there's some other pretty small dollar amounts, but looks like, appears to be larger percentage-wise fee changes in the landfill.
And I think the staff explained the reasoning for the changing the pounds instead of the dollars. Someone comes up with any truckload under that limit, then it's just a flat $10 other than $10.20 or some awkward number.
Any other questions or other information that we can provide you on the comprehensive fee schedule, other than the entire schedule? Next, we wanted to look at the all funds summary. When we were here a few weeks ago, we talked about operating budgets on the department side. And today we're going to go over all funds for revenues and expenditures. So the first fund is the 2021 budget for the general fund. The revenues, as you can see, we're budgeting those at 0.38% less than 2019. And as Mr. Scragg had mentioned before, what we did in revenues, not knowing due to COVID kind of where everything was going to fall, we went back to the 2019 numbers and kind of started budgeting at that point. I will note that Commissioner Franz noted that some of the detail percentages are off, so there's some calculation incorrections in there, so I'll check those and get those corrected for you. General fund expenditures. We have those increasing from 2019, 3.07%. We do have that going down from the 2020 original budget of 2.53%. And you will notice on here, on this particular page, we are showing the fund balance from the original projection that we did back in April. So we're still showing that that's going to be a negative, a net loss in 2020. And as you know, our numbers have changed every month. So this was just like a basic thing. So I would pay more attention to the net income and loss line than I would to the fund balance line on that particular fund, because we are doing projections every month, and that number is changing every month. So then we wanted to provide you just the detail by department for the general fund, and I tried to give you some notes as far as what were significant changes in each of those particular areas. I won't go through each one, but if you have notes or questions about any of those specific departments, I'd be glad to either try to answer it, or if the department's heads here, they can certainly answer it. Did you have any notes on the general fund? I will make note too that when we looked at the net income for the general fund that we were budgeting, it appears that we're at $900,000 to the good. But one note that I wanted to remind you is that because OCCK reduced their request for 2020, that's about a $350,000 number. And so we're trying to capture that. And so that's kind of one of our goals, is to have that amount set aside for 2020, because that's going to change or 2021. That's going to go away, obviously, in 2022. And then we were trying to have some budget, or trying to add to that fund balance about $500,000 for that year. So that's kind of where our goal was for that, for 2021.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair description to say we're trying to capture it. Another way I'd put it is we're trying not to grow into it and then and not have it available in the coming year.
Exactly. Any other questions about the general fund? I will too note that I left at your spots. Commissioner Franz had requested some detail on the operating, some of the items in the operating fund, so I provided what I had available for you, so that if you have questions on that, we could answer those.
I think it was a detail on contractual service, or other contractual services, which is kind of this.
Yeah. Yeah, something that was non-specific
Yeah.
to something you might know what it is. So I tried to provide those to you. I didn't have every one of them, but I did provide you what I had on those. So if you have questions on those between now and Wednesday, just let us
A
know.
lot of these look like they're IT stuff.
Yes,
Very much so. And
very much so.
It is a big ticket item. The computer technology department tries to keep an inventory of the various softwares and licenses that we have across the organization. We did go through it line by line, and we've gone through each one of these line items in detail, and we've literally talked 500 here and 1,000 there, and it's amazing for how big of a budget we have, how little room for movement we identified.
Then we've provided the Arts and Humanities Fund on slide 16. We do recognize that the revenue for 2020 will need to be adjusted. We have not come up with that number yet, but in looking at the revenue that they've gotten so far to date, I don't anticipate that the transfer will be significantly more, even if they budget to the full budgeted amount for the revised budget amount, because they've brought in about $20,000. We have budgeted to transfer $645,000, so that almost gets them to that amount. That transfer could have to go up based on if we get any additional revenue outside of that transfer, or if the revenues come in differently than what we're projecting. Sales tax capital fund, we're projecting a decrease in expenditures from 2019 to 2021 of about 6.2%. A lot of that is in transfers, and that is because the debt, we did budget for debt in 2020, a payment for the police training facility, and it was not bonded, so we did not need that. So we're not budgeting that in the 2021 budget because it's not bonded yet either. Sales tax economic development, this is the fund that Mr. Scragg was mentioning earlier. This is where SCEDO, SDI, and our Save a Lot tax reimbursement or rebate comes from. We're budgeting a net loss of $25,000. Another concerning fund for us. Depending on what the sales tax does, that fund can shift either way.
And I would mention, I think everyone's aware, but this is also if we have an economic development prospect and we're asked to match, say, a KDOT grant, or asked to provide funding to an economic development prospect, this fund funds that as well. So we have kind of ongoing annual commitments, and then we are trying to maintain a balance to be available for economic development projects.
You know, one of the questions I had in relation to SDI, although it doesn't affect them directly, except that they get some of this economic development money, is we have never established any kind of standard processing. In other words, if SDI comes and asks for economic development money, they come to us as a part of the budget process. Some folks go to the Economic Development Organization. Sometimes they have to fill out a form, sometimes they don't. I don't know what the criteria are, and it just seems like we ought to spend some time trying to focus on identifying what that process should be so that everybody starts from the same point of departure. That's just never been done. It's kind of been whoever asks and how they ask, they'll get treated differently. So I'm just thinking that at some point in the not too distant future, we ought to try to standardize that process so that, you know, if SDI is asking for economic development money, they go through the same process as child care, as the chamber would for their, I think it was part of their webpage that they were given some money for, or whatever, that they all go through the same process, subject to the same criteria as all the other applicants.
Yeah. You could certainly say the SEEDO serves in that role. The consistency makes sense. I think currently the organizations that had a pre-existing relationship with the city before SEEDO are the ones that we've continued to take directly versus
and one of those was SDI.
Right.
You know.
But we could certainly direct everything through the
I just think that's a decision we ought to make explicitly, so at least we have, everybody has a foundation for understanding what it is that is expected.
And just to kind of continuing along that line, I agree that it would be really helpful to have all those expectations set out someplace, and it even goes further to that in terms of our economic development policies in general, in terms of, I mean, I'm looking at this ending fund balance of, for 2020 of 700,000, and one significant prospect could totally put us in the negative for that. So to me, just as a commissioner, it would help me if we had guidelines for our policies so that we were making kind of consistent decisions, or at least understanding that every commission looks at it in a different way, at least if you've got some stated goals that you want to see happen from those policies, or measures, or returns on investment, or whatever. I think it would be nice to be able to have that spoken to.
Yeah, admittedly, that's been a standing goal for a while. We have inventoried them all. We do have quite a few policies in place, but they're outdated. The IRB policy, as an example, dates back to the 1990s with investment levels that the numbers still correspond to the 1990s. So staff has gotten as far as consolidating all the policies that we do have and getting that kind of communicated, but it merits coming back and reviewing the policies themselves and our goals for each of them.
The next fund is the Business Improvement District Fund. That's a straight pass-through. We do the billing for them. They set the fees, we do the billing, and we reimburse them or send that money directly to them. The Tourism Fund is the next fund. We currently have this budgeted at the same level that we do in 2020 or 2019. This is a pass-through also, part to CVB and part to TPEC. For their debt and for some operating funding. Special Parks and Recreation Fund. This is the fund that gets alcohol tax. You did bring up the question when we talked about this before about we were recommending that we purchase some vehicles out of this and possibly doing some lease financing out of this. I did go back, and in 2005, the city actually issued bonds for HVAC at the TPEC Center and paid for those bonds out of this fund. Don't tell me if it was right or wrong. I'm just telling you that has happened historically. So I think there's the possibility, and we spoke about this before, the language in the statute, I think, allows for that to happen. What we've budgeted in here is actually what we put on the sub-CIP for the mowers for the Parks Department. Special Alcohol is a pass-through fund. Those are the entities that supply us applications, and we send those out to them. Special Gas Fund. This is where a significant amount of our streets projects are performed out of. We have been trying to budget our expenditures a little bit higher than our revenues in order to try to use some of that fund balance. And in order to spend more money out of this fund and less money out of the sales tax fund. So we're trying to increase that expenditure revenue, that expenditure each year. Neighborhood Park Development Fund. This is a pretty minimal fund, but it's really specific in how it can be spent. The dollars that come in from mortgage registrations or some sort of fees off of mortgages, and they must be spent in the neighborhood in which the revenue was collected. So it's very specific about if I collect $100 in this specific neighborhood, I have to spend those dollars in that neighborhood. So that's why you'll see this fund doesn't get used, because it doesn't earn a lot of money, and it doesn't allow for very big projects in those particular neighborhoods.
We try to aggregate those funds, but there's also a time limit on them, that if they're not used, the funds have to be returned. So as we approach the time limit, then we do our best to come up with an eligible expenditure.
Right.
It has to be something permanent, or could it be maintenance, mowing?
I'm not sure.
It's always been presumed to be improvement, but
Yeah,
I'd have to go back
I
and
think
look
it
at that
says
language.
improvements as opposed to maintenance,
Yeah.
but check the language. The understanding always was it would be a playground or, you know, something tangible.
The TPEC fund, that's exactly what it is. There's money transferred into this fund to support the operations of the TPEC Center by Spectra. That That number is pretty insignificant. We get part of that from the general fund and part of it from transient guest. The expenditures have been pretty consistent over the years in that fund. Sanitation fund. This fund is being budgeted, it looks like it's significantly up, but as you recall, our proposal has been to take the purchase of the carts out of this fund. It was originally in 2020, well, it wasn't in 2020, but we do have that budgeted in the 2021 budget. So that number is going to increase our expenditures, and we also have the expenditures for the purchase of the vehicles, which, depending on when those are funded, may or may not come out at this time.
Those would be debt finance, but the debt payments would commence.
The solid waste
First
fund,
in my
Not even sure how to
mayor's
answer that.
yeah. Solid waste fund, we have the revenues going down just slightly in that fund based on prior year or 2019 revenues. And expenditures are also going down in that fund about 9%.
I presume the fund balance here does not include the reserve fund, the capital reserve fund?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Quick question on the TPEC. How do we expect that to look this year with the reduced?
They reduced some of their revenues.
I'm sitting here looking at it, I'm just like,
Well, they
how do
very
we think that
proactively-
because
They very proactively reduced their expenditures, both in terms of staff and materials and utilities, and submitted a plan at the outset of how they're going to do that and try to monitor revenue. They, as
were
Sylvia
they
Rice
able to get a
mentioned.
PPP loan? Did they fall under that
That I don't
category?
know.
I mean, I'm just trying to think if they fell into that category where they could get the PPP loan that would help offset their,
Right.
because as we know, the income there has been minimal, if any.
Knowing what they did with staffing, I assume they probably didn't do a PPP loan, but they have been trying to be mindful of, what scheduling is getting pushed out and canceled and managed to it to the best of their abilities. Beyond that, I don't know.
And I'm not sure if they provided dollars in that presentation, but I can certainly look and see if we can compare it to where we would have been in a prior year. The wastewater water fund. Let's see where forgot the golf fund. Golf fund, we have that revenue down just slightly and the expenditures down just slightly in that fund, but we're still trying to reach that target. The wastewater fund, we're budgeting that revenue just slightly less than 2019, and we're increasing that expenditures a little bit over 2019. Workers' comp, we intentionally reduced the transfer out of, for this one, we transfer dollars out of every fund based on the number of employees that are in each of those funds. We intentionally reduced that for two reasons. One, because of the comment about getting to our targets, and that target balance was getting up there a lot higher than the target, and also to ease some of the expense on those particular funds. The health insurance fund, we did include a 4% increase in premiums, so we did include that in the revenue estimates here. We wanted to kind of show you what effect that has on the fund. With a 4% increase, the expense side of that is $5.2 million. Without one, it's about $5 million, so it's a little under $200,000 difference with or without the 4% increase. That target fund balance is looking good, but with COVID-19, we do not know what those claims are going to look like. So that's one of the ones that we'll be bringing back to you on issues and options, whether to increase that premium or not.
You may recall that we previously discontinued payments into the health fund based on the fund balance, trying to manage it down to the goal and help sustain the general fund. We weren't able to reduce that payment as long as we thought because of performance in the health fund. Now at the beginning of 2020, performance looks pretty good. However, once deductibles are met, then spending starts to pick up again. So it fluctuates. We're trying to monitor it and manage it the best we can, but it's far from an exact science.
What month does our year begin? Is it
February.
February? That's what I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
You must have, anticipated my question. I'm all for rolling those expenses back for 2021 and try to manage to that $2 million budgetarily. That returns about $750,000 to the general fund, and that's a lot of money to leave on the table. The $2 million's not a minimum, it's a target. And I wouldn't be surprised to go under that sometimes, and that's okay as long as we try to manage back to it. To the extent that those monies are returned to the contributing funds, it's still there. If mid-year we have to increase contributions to the health fund, we can do that. That's within our power.
If we want to, and I don't disagree, if we want to pursue that, we probably need to formalize it a little bit more than we did the last time, because it's...
I agree. I'm suggesting we do that as part of the budgetary process, and that we change the city contributions as well as the employee contributions and so on.
Well, we also have some ancillary agencies that participate as well.
I think it needs to be done across the board if we do that.
And I'm not disagreeing. The difficulty is, as things fluctuate throughout the year, we need to set expectations correctly. And I'm kind of thinking out loud here, so that it may not be the new rate. It may be a rebate. It may be a discount, because depending on performance, we may need to go back to the original rate.
I was going to say, is there a way to do it? Because I know this last year we had those additional claims at the end. Is there a way to do it, to not do anything until we get towards the end of the year?
That's why I say as
Whether it's
a rebate or something like that.
Rebate,
we may
however
be able
we
to
do
true
that, it
up
would be
and make
nice.
a distribution versus.
That way we're not doing something and have to backtrack it.
And
Yeah.
creating confusion about the rate that's in effect, and it went up, it went down, it's going back up again.
That would be,
Right.
but I agree, we need to,
I just,
we need to manage that
I hate to
balance
leave
to
that money
something.
on the table, in that way.
But you don't really know what your year-end expenses are until like February, though, because a lot of people they get a lot of medical stuff done in December.
Once they get
Right,
their
they'll see the end of their plan year
Yeah.
approaching, and, yep.
Or they'll meet their deductible as,
deductible, and then they have.
and then they
things
decide to
that-
do it all.
Off to the races,
So,
right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we can certainly look at that. Central Garage Fund is staying pretty flat. We anticipate that fund balance to go up just slightly in 2021. The bond and interest fund, we had the conversation a couple weeks ago about that target, and I did look up that. Well, I'll talk a little bit more about this on slide 36, but I did put the target at $1 million, only because it's currently $200,000, only because we're going to discuss it in a minute. This fund, we have revenues going up a little bit, and we're trying to get that net income or loss to get not so dramatic, as we can get it as close as we possibly can. But we will talk more about that in a little bit. Another option that we looked at, or we talked about the last time, was the police training facility and the sales tax fund. So I provided this again. This is the debt service analysis. So this is the payments that we have out on projects, including the 2021, the projects that'll be funded in 2021, which are listed on slide 35. And then in the bottom section of this, the revenue that has to support that. And you'll notice that, for example, property tax projects don't tie out to property tax revenue, and that's because there's some other revenues that supplement that in order to pay for that, like motor vehicle tax. We have some transient guest tax coming in here for the bicentennial debt, and some transfers and things like that. So this is just informational to see how those numbers would look with these new projects that are being funded in 2021. So then I wanted to break down the numbers. If we included the police training facility into the property tax section instead of sales tax, the benefits it gives us, we could fund that for over 20 years instead of over 15. And that annual debt payment would be about $440,000. And you can see in the bottom table, the orange and the green table, that The change between those two numbers is that $440,000 a year that would be required from property tax. And as we talk about the debt service fund, this is where I put together the numbers for the target balance. Our policy says anywhere between 10 but not more than 15% of the principal and interest payments in that fund. So this is the maximum targets for these particular years, and these are the current debt payments without any additional bonding, any additional debt. So as you can see, they range anywhere from $900 to over $1 million. So my recommendation is that for 2021, we stay at a maximum fund balance of $1 million. This one, the debt service funding options, I included the beginning fund balance at 2021. We estimate that's going to be about $1.4 million. The property tax that's required, and I showed if we left the mill levy the same as it is currently, this is the taxes that we would collect, so our fund balance would start to go up as we went out. Then some years it's going to go down because we have more debt to pay. So this just shows you if we didn't change the mill levy, kind of what our balance would do.
And this includes the police facility in that?
Yes.
So it looks like if we did that, we could sustain that $1 million target in all years except 2025, and it would be very close in that year.
Yes.
And not change the mill levy.
Correct. That's without
Okay.
any additional debt, though, which is
Right.
hard to do. So then I wanted to bring forward this next table, which shows what would our future capacity be if we did the same thing. We left the mill levy at the current rate. We funded the police training facility. What would we have the ability to fund in the outgoing years? So I just took a $2 million project amount because it fit into the numbers fairly well. And as you can see, if we did that, we would drop our fund balance significantly in 2026, 27, 28, 29, but it'd start to come back up. And we wouldn't necessarily have to do $2 million every year. So we have some capability, some capacity, I believe, to move forward with that plan.
And you have a $4 million project assumed in 2034,
Yes,
and the fund balance is still healthy
yes,
in the out years.
yeah. Because I think when you look at that debt financing, you have to look forward too, because it's not like we're going to come every year and never finance any projects. Because we know we have streets projects, we know we have budget. I believe we've probably funded our big projects for a while, but you never know. Something might come up.
So I think the point was made previously with this group, but the sales tax assumption that went into the ballot language and the financial assumptions didn't include the police training facility. That was an add-on ancillary to that ballot initiative and the assumed numbers that went into that. So if we could see our way clear to do the police training facility out of general fund debt, it doesn't solve all the issues in the sales tax fund, but it gets it a little bit further back on track.
Well, and one of the things I think when we were always looking at this, in the back of our mind, we always had the shilling remediation. And we believe that we have come up with a plan where we're going to have $0 that are going to need to come out. I mean, at some point, we may want to just be aware that there's always that potential that we miss that mark. But I think at one point, we were looking at this, what we're looking at, a $9 or a $10 million, cost to the city. So
And we tried to set some of that aside in utility, but we did not rule out the possibility of having that support it with the property tax.
The other thing to consider on this is the training facility is not necessarily an all or nothing proposal. In other words, we could, if we choose for 1 or 2 or 3 years or 5 years, fund 50% property tax, 50% sales tax. We still have those choices we can make each year as we move forward. So it's not like if we start doing it now, in 5 years, it has to continue exactly that. We've
So
got the
once we
freedom to
bond it,
adjust that.
we can change
Sure.
how we are.
You know, all the
But-
bondholders care about is that they get their
They
money.
get their
They
money,
really
right.
don't care which pocket we take it out of, you know.
That's a good point. Because usually when we get started, that's where we stay.
Yes.
Right, that's
So,
correct.
That's a good point, Commissioner Brown.
That brings us to the sales tax capital fund. You've seen this before. We kind of have split out what we kind of committed ourselves to and then kind of where our discretionary spending lies. Truth be told, those are committed costs that we've had, so bonds or something like that we've got already committed to. And then the discretionary is obviously any of the other funding that we approve year by year. So I wanted to show you, this is the table we've seen many times. The first table is as we've previously presented it, with the police training facility included in the numbers. And as we know, with what we want to do, with what our goals are for the river renewal. Now, the river renewal, the timing may change a little bit, but overall the dollars probably wouldn't. That would put this fund into the negative if we leave the police training facility there. So if we leave it here, we're going to have to change our assumptions on some of the other things that we might do. The second slide with this is without the police training facility, so on page 41. So if we take the debt out for the police training facility, you can see that this fund then can support the $12 million in construction on the river project and has a little bit of, it shows it'll go negative before we get to the end, but I believe with assumptions that we're making, that probably will get covered with revenues or something like that. Or we could change some of those other assumptions. For example, the stabilization number or something like that to make that number zero out. I just wanted to give you the graphic of what that would look like.
You know, and given that the 2016 sales tax extension was one of the key features of that was the river renewal. And I really feel like we've got an obligation to the voters to maintain that commitment. So if, as Commissioner France said, it makes sense to fund the police training facility bond payments from property tax or whatever, then I think we've got to look at that pretty hard as opposed to just saying, oh, we can't afford the river now, because we've put a burden on that sales tax fund that wasn't expected to be there.
I think, too, in reading some of the information, we initially intended to pay for the field house out of this fund, the debt on the field house. That ended up having to be paid out of the STAR bond funding just because of the way the STAR bonds were written. And we ended up doing streetscape out of here, which is about twice of what the project was going to be out of the field house. So I think there's been some things that have changed in those assumptions from the original.
And while we're on the topic and with respect to assumptions, I think one thing that we've identified that we're not addressing in this budget, but just want to put in your consciousness, is there is a designation for vehicles and equipment, but all indicators are it's not enough. And in all honesty, we have yet to put together a schedule, and we talked about it previously, of inventorying our vehicles and equipment and putting together something that kind of amortizes it on an annual basis. When I think we can do that following adoption of the budget and start to have a conversation about if we really want to get vehicles and equipment managed and kind of behind us as a challenge, here's an annual allocation that would be necessary above and beyond what the sales tax fund funds. The other biggest challenge in my estimation is pay raises and the pay plan, which again is not going to be funded by the sales tax fund, and that's a challenge that we're going to have to tackle.
We are moving into the pay plan, so this might be a good opportunity to do citizens forum, if you need to stop for that.
Yeah, it's 3:45. Do we have anyone that would like to come forward under Citizens Forum? Okay, if not, we'll carry on.
Okay. The more we can get done now, the less we have to talk about later. So the next section that we're going to talk about is the pay plan. The CAPERS rate increased about 0.26% from 8.61% to 8.87% for 2021. KP&F went up about 0.87% from 2193 to 2280. The cost of capers in all funds is roughly $1.385 billion. For capers insurance for all funds, about $156,000. These are all calculated based on no merit increase and no COLA increase. So as we go through and we talk about increases, then these numbers will change. KP&F comes in at a cost of about $2.6 million, and that's all in the general fund. The staffing assumptions for this budget, there's a reconciliation there. The green is positions going in, the red is going out. Ultimately, the bottom line, there was 489 staff positions in the 2021 budget. In 2021, there's 491. Those are really 2 part-time custodial positions in the building and facilities division. The next slide just gives you an example of all of the different pay types that we do currently provide to our employees. Anything from regular overtime, bilingual pay, beeper pay, longevity pay we've spoke about before, but this just gives you a list of all of those benefits and that we do provide currently. The history of our salary increases, as you can see, last year, or in 2020, we did provide a COLA increase of 2%, and we did not include a merit increase at all. Years prior to that, we had the luxury of giving both. And then some of the years before that, we gave merits but not COLAs. But this just gives you a layout of what employees have been doing, or we've been doing over the past 15 years. So then we provided, in this information, we provided you the numbers for 4 options. The first option is to provide 0 merit and 0 COLA, which is what was presented in all of the budget information that we provided you previously. The second option is a 2% merit and a 0% COLA. That would cost a total of about $301,000. About $240,000 of that $1,000 comes out of the general fund. Option 3 would provide a 0% merit and 2% COLA. That would cost about $641,000. And the difference between those two is the COLA gets applied on January 1st. It gets applied to every employee, no matter where they are in the structure. Whereas a merit gets applied at the person's anniversary date, and there are some employees that have maxed out, so they would not be eligible for a merit. The fourth option is 2% merit, 2% COLA, which comes in at a cost of about $948,000. About $760,000 of that comes from the general fund. We also tried to come up with some other options. You could come in at a merit with a different percent, COLA at a different percent, a combination of both at a different percent. We talked about increasing at a flat rate, whether that be an hourly rate or whether that be a flat $1,000 increase per year for employees. The benefit to that, as we saw it, was that employee at a lower level realizes a higher increase because their percentage is going to be higher than somebody at a higher level. We were having difficulty trying to quantify that, but because it's hard to apply without actually applying it. So those are just some of the options that we came up with. A couple of the other options that we wanted to consider were street maintenance worker pay plan adjustments. We would like to consider increases to pay grades, adjusting the starting pay and current pay for some employees. We'd have to look at compression and minimums below the new pay grade minimum. Factors in increased starting pay for vacancies if available to fill. And we believe the estimated impact will be about $29,000 a year plus overtime. Pay plan adjustment for CDL compensation. The proposed model is to provide additional compensation for those who have CDLs and use it in a city role. We would look at something between $1 and $1.50 per hour for their CDL. These positions are subject to call out for snow and debris removal. It typically only impacts the Public Works Department, and that would be between $141,000 and $212,000 a year plus overtime. It assumes full staffing and CDL pay for all Public Works divisions, which is about 68 employees.
As I believe you know, we've got vacancies in the Public Works Department we've struggled to fill for quite some time. Just internally within the organization, we've got comparable positions in parks and utilities that are getting a higher pay rate without the need for a CDL, and so it creates an additional competitive disadvantage within our own organization. So we're trying to anticipate that. CDLs are a challenge. I think we've had that conversation before. You know, the state of Kansas says that they have a 100% CDL turnover rate in a year's time. As soon as they can get them trained up, they move on. We struggle to get CDL licensed drivers as well, and we need them for snow plowing in particular. So this is an area of emphasis we're trying to identify a solution for.
What about sanitation workers? Because I know that that's another area where we've had significant challenges finding people to staff, and we often turn to a temporary agency for some of those. Was there any consideration about?
Well, we talked about that, and the challenge there is what we call the runners, running behind the truck, not the drivers and CDL licenses. So if we can get automated and get that in place, that's kind of the intended solution. We've been able to make do with temp workers, and so we're continuing. Our intent is to kind of continue that approach until we receive the automated sanitation trucks.
We don't have issues with turnovers because those are CDL drivers also, or no?
Yeah, on the sanitation side, the difficulty we have there is not so much with the drivers as it is the runners behind the trucks.
Right, so we're not seeing significant turnover in drivers, it's the runners.
I mean, Jim's welcome to.
Jim's nodding.
68 includes all divisions in public works, so it would include the commercial driver's licenses in sanitation.
So up to
The 68 that she's alluded to in public works does include all the different divisions, so it would be not only our streets department, but sanitation and the landfill. So it helps us across the board.
Any other questions or comments about the pay plan?
This pack is probably about 4 more minutes. I don't know how
Well, I was going to say, this is a good place to stop.
Is this a good place to stop? Okay.
Because we're going to start talking about revenue, so, and we can bring those up in my section in the actual meeting, so it shouldn't take too long, though.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We'll be back in here at 4 o'clock for the regular meeting. Okay, it is 4 o'clock, and we will call the July 13th Salina City Commission meeting to order. I would ask staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will have roll call.
Mayor Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here?
Commissioner France.
Here.
Commissioner Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Thank you. With that, would all that are able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. We have no awards or proclamations today. So with that, we will move into the citizens forum. This is a chance for individuals to come forward and discuss something that is not on the agenda. We ask that you please give your name and address and limit your comments to 5 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward?
Is the face mask on the agenda?
No.
So would this be the time?
This would be the
I'd ask for permission to remove this while I'm speaking, and I'll put it back on right afterwards. Is that okay or not?
Yeah, I believe you'll need to leave it on.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm a good man.
Name and,
Oh, Clark Sanders, 2096 Leland Way.
thank you.
I'm a good man, but I've done things that are wrong and for which I'm ashamed. I've met all of you outside of this setting. I think you're all good people who want to do things, in your heart, you want to do the right thing. However, a week ago today, you did something very wrong, and you as a commission should be ashamed of yourselves. I will explain. You passed a face mask required ordinance complete with monetary fines. Not having a face mask ordinance may or may not be the right thing. Personally, I believe that an objective examination of the data available in Salina, Saline County, which among other things reveals that the survival rate from COVID-19 in Salina, Saline County is 99.9963%, I think this is not the health crisis that you're making it out to be. But having such an ordinance is not where you failed. The shameful thing you did was how you passed this ordinance. There is a procedure for how to do city business. You stood that procedure on its head. And procedure is important. You all know that. If we were in a debate, you would all stipulate to that. So how did you fail in terms of procedure? You failed to put this issue on your agenda. You failed to give adequate notice to the public that the face mask issue was going to be discussed, let alone voted on. You had both the first and second readings and votes seconds apart. Normal procedure is to have the first reading 1 week and the second reading a second week. You even tried to get this ordinance to take effect immediately. Now, fortunately, you were advised that you couldn't do that because you had to have it published in the newspaper of record first. You indicated that it was your intent not to fine people, but to warn them first before they would be cited. But monetary fines are literally spelled out in the frequently asked documents on your website: $25 for the first violation, $50 for the second, $100 for the third and subsequent violations. And by the way, have you read that document, the FAQ? It's so confusing that even a mediocre lawyer, let a good one, would have a field day with it if anything ever went to court. So now what? Do the right thing. Do the right thing the right way. Number one, repeal this ordinance today. Number 2, have a joint meeting with the county commission and get on the same page. Number 3, hold at least one and preferably 2 or 3 town hall meetings, giving the public sufficient and adequate notice that these meetings are taking place when and where. I suggest outdoors at either the Eric Stein Stage in Oakdale Park or at the gazebo in Jerry Ivy Park. Number 4, give your legal advisors adequate time to examine what you eventually come up with as to protect the city legally. I will close with this. You seem to think that this is about public health and your desire to keep the public safe. But I'm telling you, it's about freedom. Should I be free to decide if I put something on my body? Should a business be free to decide whether or not they want to require face masks to be worn in their business? Give us our liberty. I will close with this. To quote one of this nation's great founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else that would like to come forward during Citizens Forum?
Luke Stanford, and I'm a resident of Salina. So first, I just want to touch on what Mr. Sanders said. And while he disagrees with you, I just want to say that what you did makes me very proud to be a member of this community, and it makes me very proud to call this my home and that I was raised here. So I just want to thank you for what you did and putting public health first. But the second point I had was just I was wanting to talk about how the policy proposal would look on the 20th. We had some ideas on how we could present that. We were thinking that Santiago and myself could take these 2 seats right here because we have a lot of documents that we wanted in front of us to be looking at. And we were hoping that we'd be proposing and talking about the documents with you here. The policy proposal we'd already have sent in advance and you'd already have in front of you as well. And we'd like to be able to call some of our members to talk as well on certain issues. Would that be okay with you guys?
Go ahead.
We'll look at the document and see how we want to because we'll get that, on Thursday?
Yeah, because I was just wondering how that policy proposal would look like, so I was just wondering if there's any preferences that you guys had on that. Usually when we do a blue sheet, there's a staff presentation. We haven't got that far yet, so. Okay.
But actually, we're waiting on you in terms of what you said you'd be providing.
Yeah, because we said we'd present it on the 15th to you. Get to you by the 15th.
Right.
And so do we have to wait until the 15th to find out how that's going to look, the proposal and everything, or?
Well, having an understanding of what it is you would present will help me answer your questions.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. All right, I was just checking on that. All right, and that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. I echo what Mr. Sanders said. I appreciate it. I'm turning my back on you. I'm ignoring you. That's another issue. But I agree with what Mr. Sanders said. We're supposed to be a nation of laws. But some people seem to ignore these laws. We've got an election coming up for a prosecuting attorney. I would like to discuss this with these attorneys. If an attorney would sign a contract with the people that he will arrest and prosecute elected officials, government employees, government supervisors who violate our laws. Have him sign a contract with the people. If he does not do this, he will resign his position. He will give up his law license and he will spend time in jail. We need a prosecuting attorney that will prosecute our elected officials who violate our laws. We are a nation of laws. That question needs to be put forward to these 2 prosecuting attorneys, candidates. Also, last week the subject was mentioned about the Police Advisory Board. This board, who's it made up of? Are there people of minorities on it? Are there people from the black community on this commission board? Are there people from the Latino Mexican board? Who's on this board? This board should be comprised of people from across the general public. These people live here. So how many other people that are on this board? Are there people from the legal community? Are there people from law enforcement? If I was a law enforcement person, which I'm not, but if I was on this board, my vote could be slanted. When I have jurisdiction, I make the own laws for my own department. That's a conflict. The Supreme Court has people of different races on it. Why don't we have it on this board? We have a minority on the City Commission board. We've had minorities on the City Commission before in the previous past. So I question the makeup of the board.
Thank you.
Commissioners, just as a point of clarification, not wanting to get into a philosophical or legal disagreement, but you violated no law in the action that you took. Process and procedure-wise, there's an expectation, which Mr. Sanders communicated, but you followed the applicable statutes as well as your own rules of procedure. Just want to be clear, you did not violate any law.
Yeah. And I didn't get it to debate, but there are minorities that sit on that board also, and we're going to review that board. So, any other?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Pappy. I'm a resident of Salina and a student in the KU a graduate student in the KU School of Social Welfare. I've exchanged emails with several of you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce myself in person and speak with you today. So sometime last week, I was looking through the presentation Chief Nelson shared at the forum, and one of the sides explains that, as currently structured, the Law Enforcement Advisory Board is exempt from the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and he quotes the city attorney to that effect. It also mentions that Chief Hill received the same opinion from legal counsel back in 2007. And it occurred to me that Chief Hill, or someone at the department, must have asked whether the board had to be open to the public. I realize that might seem fairly obvious, but sitting there, it occurred to me that that question must have been posed as opposed to whether it should be offered to the public and open to the public, which is a profoundly different question and perhaps a more important one. It was disappointing to imagine the police department asking whether a legally mandated board intended to address racial discrimination was subject to laws that strengthen our democracy. It is even more frustrating that the answer they received was technically no, and that's what they ran with. Despite listing preservation and advancement of the principles of democracy, a dependence upon community involvement, and accountability to the people it serves as values at the core of their operational philosophy, the department took advantage of a technicality in 2007, and it stands by that decision today, citing its continued legal validity. At least that's what I understood from the presentation. The thing is, there's a gap between what's legally required and what is moral or ethical. Or as an organization of police executives put it, there's a gulf between policies and practices that meet the minimum requirements of the Constitution and those perceived as legitimate in the community. And when police officers, or city officials for that matter, fail to appreciate that gap and fail to demonstrate a commitment to the community's shared values, they compromise the legitimacy of their authority. Now, to be clear, they don't lose that authority. Instead, they lose the trust and respect that inspires normative compliance. That is, the willingness to cooperate from the general public. Chief Nelson acknowledged as much later in the presentation when he lists, quote, a loss of community trust and law enforcement legitimacy among the reasons for decreased interest in law enforcement careers. These two statements, the attorney's explanation and a reference to perceived illegitimacy, are separated by maybe 15 slides, but I hope that the irony is not lost on you. My intention is not to bash the police. I don't mean to label them hypocrites. I appreciate their service, and I know that the majority do so with honor. But these things are worth pointing out. We must be willing to confront institutional shortcomings when they are identified. No authority should be exempt from its responsibility to the people. I don't know whether the LEAB was intentionally structured to minimize public access, and I try not to make those kinds of assumptions. Whether intentional or not, it failed to promote transparency, and the SPD missed a terrific opportunity to exercise their values, to foster community trust, and improve perceived legitimacy. It is my sincere hope that you do not miss this opportunity to build a more just and fair Salina, and that you mind the gap between the requirements of your office and the needs of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would ask, and it happened earlier, we have it before, in our meeting notes, as far as order of business, we will not allow clapping. That's happened before, and no clapping, no booing. We'll just continue to carry on meeting in a professional manner if we could, please. So thank you. Anyone else?
Commissioners, I was
Name, please.
Dalton McDowell, 514 South Ninth. I was just looking at what Melissa Hodges put on Facebook in June. Why are we spending millions on legal for the attorney for your council when we have a city prosecutor in her office that can do the same thing? Why would you spend millions on an outside agency to do your legals during your council meetings?
Dalton, this is your opportunity to make comments. We're not going to get into answering questions. I'll tell you right away, they do different jobs, for one thing. So there's a completely different job for them. But go ahead and give us your comments if you would.
And then I was up on Indian Rock today by the park. Has that park been mowed at all this year? Some areas look like it has, but some areas are pretty tall. Is the park stretched that thin that they can't keep up at least on half the mowing? The Parks Department stretched that thin?
Again, we're not going to get into answering questions. We are working part staff. Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else that would like to address the commission under the Citizens Forum? Okay, if not, we will move into the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of July 6th, 2020.
Okay, well, we have two consent agenda items.
I'm sorry, 6.2, resolution number 20-7843, appointing members to the Salina Leverage Lender, Inc.
Okay. Do we have any commissioners who would like to remove any of the consent agendas items?
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items 6.1 and 6.2. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The consent agenda passes 5-0. We will move into administration.
Item 7.1, resolution number 20-7841, authorizing the city manager to execute agreements for acquisition and authorizing the mayor to execute acceptances of the public utility easements needed for the South Well Field and Water Treatment Plant Improvement Project, project number 70019, and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, project number 2917.
Thank you. Ms. Tasker.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. sound like a broken record, but Salina receives about 60% of its raw water supply from the Smoky Hill River and the remaining 40% from the downtown well fields. 2006, Salina experienced a historic drought event, resulted in the Smoky Hill River running dry. And when that happens, virtually the raw water supply for our city is very limited. This also occurred in 2012 and 2018. However, the river didn't run dry because the city of Salina and the irrigators that use water out of the river were working together to prevent that. But it is a situation that reoccurs. Based on that experience, the City Commission approved a raw water supply study which evaluated the city's existing water supply system and recommended improvements to the system to provide water during droughts through the year 2060, about a 50-year plan. The raw water supply study included the South Wellfield and Water Treatment Plant. That's a design-build project, and it's currently under construction. In your packet, there's an 11 by 17 fold-out drawing. Tried to put it on the screen, but it really wasn't all that visible, so I'll try to describe it as I go through it for those watching from home or sitting in the audience. The project includes a 3.5 million gallon a day water plant, rehabilitating 4 wells. Those are located along Waterwell Road and installing raw water piping from these existing wells to the new treatment plant. The raw water pipe runs along the north and south side of Waterwell Road, switches back and forth. It's based on where do we have easements and the topography of the ground. Sometimes the side slopes of the roads are such we couldn't construct on them, so it's back and forth. Then we're also installing a public sewer line from the treatment plant to along the south side of Waterwell Road, and then it goes north along Progress Drive to the northeast corner of Crestwood in that vicinity. And then we also have a finished water line that runs from the treatment plant side along the north side of Waterwell Road, and again goes north near Progress Drive and Crestwood all the way north to Schilling Road. So a lot of lines outside of the treatment plant site. Notice to proceed for the construction of the water treatment plant site was issued in February of 2019. The notice to proceed for the work related to the piping and all of the facilities outside the fence around the treatment plant, we were not sure exactly of routes or where we would need easements. So once that final design is done, we now have those decisions made. Staff and the city surveyor determined, with legal counsel's help, exactly what easements we need and how best to pursue those. Each of the property owners received a letter from the utilities department. We detailed their rights. The Federal Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policy Act of 1970 is a requirement we have to follow because of the State Revolving Loan Fund, which is our funding mechanism. The letter that we sent out included the city's offer for the compensation, and it was based on appraisal of the South Water Treatment Plant by Martin's Appraisal, and that was done in November of 2017, 41.9 acre tract, roughly $6,300 per acre. Each property has accepted the city's offer for compensation. Of course, it's conditioned upon City Commission's approval. Once we have your approval, then the agreement and the permanent utility easements will be sent to the property owners for their signature. The Kansas Public Water Supply Loan Fund requires the authorized city representative must certify that all necessary real property has been acquired, and the cost for land and easements cannot be included in the loan fund loan. So for these easements, we need 7 tracts of property and 4 property owners. And these must be acquired prior to us beginning the construction of those off-site utilities. One property owner is Daniel Little and Alexis Gasper. They have 1 tract for $500. Douglas F. Bradley Trust, 2 tracts with a total of $4,716. Land Institute, we're looking at 3 tracts, total of $1,700, and the Isaacson Family Trust of $2,500. Many of these tracts are located in the road access easement, and they are pieces of property that's there for the road access. For us to use them for utilities, we have to get an additional easement, which is what we spent our effort accomplishing here.
I think on the Isaacson, you meant 250, not 2,500, didn't you?
What did I say?
2,500.
Well,
I just didn't want them to hear that and think they were going to get a bigger check.
No, I'm pretty
down
sure Vaughn is very familiar with their number. We've talked to him quite a bit for, that's actually for a 20 by 20 piece of property under the road right-of-way.
So it is the 250.
It's 250.
Okay,
So
thank you. Okay.
I'm speaking out of turn. Thank you for catching me. If the governing body authorizes this payment of $7,166, the source of funds will come from the city's Water Capital Reserve Fund. Staff has identified 3 options. The first would be to approve resolution number 20-7841, authorizing the city manager to execute agreements and authorizing the mayor to execute acceptance of the public utility easements for the South Wellfield and Water Treatment Plant Improvement Project. The second would be postpone the consideration of the resolution and give further direction to staff. The third would be to vote to deny the resolution and give further direction to staff. Staff recommends option 1. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have, and Mr. Bingston has been involved from the get-go, so he's deeply full of knowledge on this subject also.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, if not, is there any public comment?
Okay.
Norman, Madam Salina, I'll ask you, Mayor. Maybe I'm stretching it a little bit, but this does concern the water rights because the Smoky Hill River was stated. So that opened the door. This is a long-term issue that's going to pop up here. It's already popping up in the western states. It's in the courts. Look at your water rights. Who own these water rights? The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled who owns these water rights. You don't own them. So you better try and reduce your water usage because so many laws have been violated, and this is coming to the courts. Every one of these lakes in this state has to come out. They're already taking them out west. These lakes were built in violations of the agreements, the laws of the land. So you better look hard at this because I know where these dams are coming out.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 20-7841, authorizing the city manager to execute agreements and authorizing the mayor to execute acceptances of the public utility easements for the South Wellfield and Water Treatment Plant Improvement Project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7841. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. That will lead us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, resolution number 20-7844, authorizing the mayor to sign an order form entering into a 3-year agreement with QuickBase Incorporated for data management and process automation software.
Good afternoon. In 2016, we started taking a look at ways in which we could try to centralize some data that didn't necessarily fit into our records management system. Our records management system is robust and can handle criminal cases and accident cases, but as far as data and citations, but as far as some other data sets that we were wanting to look at outside of that, it's not set up to handle that. This product called QuickBase was identified. It's essentially a database system, and it's very easy to use, very customizable. And we initially started using the system to track our overtime submissions. Being a 24/7 agency, as I'm sure you can imagine, we have a lot of overtime submissions throughout the year. In fact, we average about 8,500 overtime submissions throughout the year. Initially, at that time, that process was a paper process where an employee would fill out a form. That form would be turned into their supervisor, who would sign off on it, and it would go to a clerk to be put into a database and access that one person developed and only one person had access to. So it was really hard for all of us in administration to see that data. That's what we first started out with the program. We started out with very few licenses, and we ran into an issue last year with another system that was developed by an employee that retired. It was a program that sat on the city server, and that system needed to be moved off that server because the server needed to be taken down, and nobody really in CT wanted to try to tackle that, is because they weren't familiar with how it was set up, and that employee was no longer here. So that was a fairly big project. That system we call Public Safety Web, and it brings together a lot of information, safety information, attempt to locate information. It's kind of a central hub for resources for officers, to where they can go to one place to look up information that they need to try to help them through the day, whether it's links to statutes, whether it's links to the city ordinances, administrative information that's put out, our fleet management, what cars are up, what cars need maintenance. And so we decided to go ahead and add some additional licenses because this seemed like a perfect fit, and we could customize it to something of our own. Some of the, as I mentioned, some of the bigger things that we use this QuickBase system for, as I mentioned, overtime. This year, we have been able to, through flexing out overtime submissions, been able to flex out over 2,000 hours of overtime and essentially made it regular time. A lot of that came back to the assistance of going to a 10-hour patrol schedule, which we're on now, has allowed us that flexibility. But under the old system, where you had one person that had a program in their office, the supervisors can't see that information and be flexing those hours out on a real-time basis. So it's been very beneficial for those submissions to be there. They can see it, they can plan ahead for their next shift, and when they can see about letting people off early, so we can flex out those submitted hours. As I mentioned, the PS Web system, it contains several things. Contains information sharing, the fleet management. We did some research on that a year or so ago, and to actually incorporate a fleet management system into our records management system had about an $8,000 initial setup fee, and then another $1,600 annual maintenance cost. We were able to incorporate this into our public safety web. It keeps track of our in-car video logs. It keeps track of our holding room logs. So we have to keep a log every time somebody is in a holding room. Different inspections that we do. And a lot of those entries that are made into that system are in turn used for proofs of compliance, used in court proceedings. For instance, if an attorney wants to know how long somebody was in one of our holding cells, that data has already been entered into the system and is tracked. Some of those things as well, as I mentioned, are inspections, are things that we have to show for proofs of compliance every year for accreditation to show that we're meeting the standards that they set forth for us. We also use it for a critical incident evaluation, and we've been doing that for use of force for at least since 2018. Also, we've been using it for our pursuit evaluations. The statistics, as far as those two items, are essentially a few clicks away or generating reports, so we use the system for that as well. We also use it for asset management and maintenance records, as I'm sure you can understand, with weapons such as tasers, firearms, shotguns, and other things that we have to keep meticulous records as far as the maintenance that's done on those. And those also are records that have to be provided for proofs of compliance for accreditation as well. We are starting to use that same asset management function to project life and how old some of our equipment is, so we can see for replacement for budgetary purposes how far we're kind of at the infancy of that, but we're getting more and more of our equipment in there, so we can have an idea as to the coming budget years, what needs to be done as far as budgeting. A recent program, the Special Needs and Identification Program, I'm not sure if you've heard of that or not, but it was a program that one of our dispatchers came up with, and it allows the public to enter information on people that have special needs and provide information to us that we can put into our CAD system. So if we encounter them, that we have some instruction on maybe what condition that they have problems with, what they respond to, as well as if we need to contact somebody to respond to the scene, who that person might be. Well, of course, that information needs to be updated every year, and so some of that information is put into QuickBase, and when that year time frame is up, they get an automated email, as opposed to us printing letters, stuffing envelopes, that they need, that notification goes out and tells them that they need to contact us and verify that their information is correct. We also, another big program that we're using it with is for our applications processing. Once again, some of the automations that's involved previously, when we had individuals that were coming to test, we would print 40, 50 letters of invitation, fold them, stuff them, put them in envelopes, and mail them out. Now, once they're put into the system, the testing date comes up, they get an email saying the testing date is coming up. Please email Lieutenant Feldman that you'll be attending to reserve your slot. So a lot of automation and a lot of things are being entered in the front end as opposed to paper going through 2 or 3 different hands. The information's done up front, and we don't have others that are entering that data. That helps also eliminate some errors. With the increase, our current agreement has been year to year. Looking to go to a 3-year agreement that has a 3% cost increase for year 2021 and 2022. So asking for the approval of Resolution 207844, authorizing the mayor to sign an order entering into a 3-year agreement. Option 2 would be to approve the resolution with amendments. Option 3 would be consideration, postpone the consideration to a later date, or vote to deny the resolution. And then there's some items listed here that we would need to take care of if that was to happen. I forgot to mention that the overall cost for the 3-year agreement is $70,849.23. It is year to year. We can, for non-appropriations or providing 30-day notice, terminate the agreement.
Okay, questions for staff?
Mr. Morton, Deputy Chief Morton, what do you know about the company? And the reason I ask that is Occasionally, I've run across companies that are really some guy working in his living room, and it looks legitimate, but, and it is at the time, but it's not very long-lived.
Sure. This company actually used to be owned by Intuit, who makes QuickBooks. They were purchased by a venture capitalist company, and they've since been purchased again by another venture capitalist company. They're used by municipality of Washington, D.C. pretty extensively, and a gentleman that I've actually spoken with with the New Orleans, their emergency communications center came from DC, and he's the manager of the emergency communications center, and they use it in New Orleans as well. So it's a large company.
Have they given you a customer's list of any kind?
They have some listed on their website, yes,
Okay.
but most of them are confidential unless they get consent to share that.
Just 3 questions. The budgeted amount for this year was $4,500?
That's correct.
Is that because you're using just a limited part of the total arsenal of what this system can do? I don't see there's a big difference between the 4,500 and the 20,000.
Last year, when we went through the budget process, we hadn't increased the number of licenses that we needed. That came about in the fall of last year, and we offset the cost increase that we had to pay last year within the department's budget. And the same thing will happen this year if you approve to proceed.
Okay, and when you say 100 licenses, is that reference to the 100 applications or the 200 users? The license is the same as the user?
Yeah, and we're going from a license-based subscription to a usage-based subscription. Previously, we had 100 licenses, and so now we're going to move to a usage-based system. Those specifications are listed on the order form. We'll actually have 200 licenses, which is more than enough for us to use.
Right, so then, on average, each one of those licenses would have 1,000 requests per year? The 200,000 read requests, is that?
Right. We're not going to use 200 licenses.
Okay.
We'll probably be closer to 115.
Okay, and the other question is, if at the end of the 3 years you decided you wanted to move on to someone else, where is that data being stored or kept?
The data is kept by them in a cloud service. That's one of the other benefits that I forgot to mention, in that this isn't something that we need any computer technology resources, no hardware resources as far as they're concerned. We can retrieve the data. It might take a little time, but the data belongs to us.
So that at the end of the 3 years, do we have a way of downloading or storing that data, or do you have permanent ownership of? I hate to talk about the cloud as a physical structure, but where is this data, and how would you get it for year 4?
The data is on their servers. They have 2 different data storage facilities that I assume that they contract with someone else. They're in 2 different locations for redundancy within the United States. Both servers are in the U.S. That data would have to be exported from their servers. Would probably all of it would export into Excel, and we would have to purchase a city server probably, or some other means to store that data internally then.
Okay. So theoretically, it shouldn't be a problem for 3 years, but if you want it to move, we'd have to have a place to put the information, or secure place to store it here.
Right, and then maintenance internally, if we were to move back to the city to have that done.
And have a way to access the information, yeah.
Right, a different program.
Okay.
So basically, this is a $25,000 resource that's going to be in addition to your budget year in and year out?
Yes.
I mean, we're going to use this going forward, right?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges, any questions?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hodges?
No, I don't have any questions, thank you.
I will admit, I have some concerns about data integrity and who owns it and how we can get it if something happens to the company and how we can use it. Just because we can download it doesn't mean we can use it. It's got to run on something. And I just wonder if we shouldn't go back and see if we can get a little more explicit. The agreement attached really doesn't address any of that. So, and I have, unfortunately, I have some experience with that, and it can be quite daunting. For example, when you call the company for support and the Internal Revenue Service answers the phone, that's not a good sign. And that can happen to any company, because we have no control over their internal management. I just want to see, I want to know there's something solid in place so that this just doesn't disappear on us after we're a year or two into this, that there's at least a way to recover it and a way to use it if we need to at that point. And I'm not sure what that would take. I'm a little bit, I see what you're doing, and I agree with it, and I know that the issue of having little bits of software that's developed by staff to take care of this problem or that problem, and then they leave and nobody knows what to do with it, I understand that problem. I guess I just have a lot of concern about how this works down the road should something unexpected happen with the company or whatever.
And I understand that, but I'm not so sure that that wouldn't be the same with any company.
I can tell you from experience that probably the best experience we've had and that I've had in my career was transitioning to our building and development services software. And from the software provider that we were transitioning from, they were asked to export the data in an ASCII, delimited file format that then the company that we were transitioning to could make sense of and import into their database. It wasn't a one-for-one transition. There was some information there that couldn't get transitioned over. There was information that the new database is collecting that the old one didn't have, but there was at least a process. As far as an agreement, I think the only thing that we could do is beef up the language that it is our data, we own it, we have access to it. Our ability to use it is going to be more dependent on whatever we're transitioning to than what we're transitioning from. And admittedly, any software company, if they crash, if they stop answering the phone, our access to the data is only as much as we can enforce that provision of the agreement. But I understand the concern. If that's the only concern, you might be able to approve it, provided that sufficient language is added to the agreement to provide that we own and will have access to our data at the time that we discontinue use of the software. We can work up an added provision to add to the agreement, and if you make that a condition of your approval, we wouldn't proceed unless they agree to it.
Did our IT department review the proposal or have any concerns?
I have not had them, I didn't have them review this proposal, no. But in the past, I've communicated when Mr. Rolfs was still here. Over the years, I've communicated with him, shared with him the security audit that's been done on the company, and I've shared that information with him previously. I guess the other thing that I would mention too is that we've been doing business with this company now for 4 years, so it's not like a startup type company.
Current employee Rita Stevenson is serving in the interim role. She's familiar with QuickBase and just our use of QuickBase.
And the reason I ask is a person with that background is going to know what questions to ask. I wouldn't really know. I wouldn't be smart enough to even know what questions to ask, what things to look for, and just...
But I really do think it comes down to a contract provision about our ownership and access to our data, and that we've had that language in other software contracts. The mechanics of it are very much exporting it out from them and then importing it into whatever it is you want to try to make use of it, and it's a little premature to say, other than we just need we need to be granted access to that data so we can take advantage of it somewhere out in the future when we want it.
I have a couple questions. So there's no new hardware needed at all? I mean, we're not buying a server. We can access all this with our current laptops or desktops or whatever we use.
That's exactly right. And that's been one of the benefits, quite frankly, is the previous system that we had that was sitting on the city's network, we had some issues with the officers being able to access that in the patrol cars. And this has pretty much been seamless. That's also another concern with a lot of times with using Access as well, is because they have some security problems in that you may have somebody using Access 2013, Microsoft Access 2013, and you have somebody using Microsoft Access 2010, and the one on 2010 can't access any of that data. And yeah, once again, it's been pretty seamless, been pretty easy to use. I can tell you, Commissioner Davis, that when we were looking at putting this public safety web system together last year, before we went into it, I consulted with Jack Rolfs, and he thought it was a good move to do it, because his people didn't have the time to work on it for us.
This year's budget was $4,500. What's our budget been running for this type of software?
I'm sorry?
You stated that the budget for 2020 was $4,500. Has that been what we've been paying on an annual basis for the last 4 years, or was that?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're taking a fairly substantial increase. Couple other questions, and again, I like the fact that you talked about you had the critical incident evaluation, that you could pull up use of force reports, mainly since this seems to be a hot topic right now. The special needs information, is that done by name or by address, or can it be done by both? I mean, I could see that being very important.
That's actually the portion of that the officers would access is done by name and probably address both in CAD. I'm not completely familiar with that. The portion that we have in QuickBase is more along the lines of the person's name, email address, and when do you need to update this information with us. So the automation goes through and says, okay, it's July 13th, I need to send them an email to remind them to update the information with us.
But this software will pull up, if you have an incident with an individual and they have a special needs, it will tell you that?
Right, and that's
Perfect.
actually in our CAD system.
Okay.
That's in a completely different system.
That's a different system?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was trying to look at what would simplify, if this simplified you getting reports like, tracking arrest records and that type of thing. Is that on the CAD? That's not on this system?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay. As far as tracking arrest records and those type of
arrest
items,
records.
is that on the CAD or is that on
That's-
this system?
It's part of our records management system, which is under the same company, Tyler Technologies, which has our CAD as well. That's under that system. As far as the use of force is concerned, that isn't something that the records management system has within it that we can use. So previously, we would fill out a paper form essentially to track use of force, and we'd have one person with access to an access database that would put that in. And so as far as from an administrative perspective, if you wanted information on that, you had to go to that person to get that information. As opposed to now, I can look at a dashboard and see whatever charts we put up as far as usage and things of that nature.
And Deputy Chief Morton might have touched on this, I don't recall, but a lot of this functionality that he's describing, we build ourselves, and then we stand it up. And so he's described what it's doing today as we deal with open source data for police and the Law Enforcement Advisory Board, as well as just additional tracking. It's a platform that gives us opportunities to build more.
Well, and one of the things Mr. Schrag had mentioned to me a week or so ago was a question relative to whether or not it could be used to track citation data and issuance of citations via race, sex, things of that nature. I've started working on building that. It's not complete, but yeah, it's going to be able to produce that information for us relatively quickly, as opposed to intermittently taking a look at that data, is that we can see it regularly. And even the system will allow you to create reports and have those reports emailed to certain people, maybe the chief, me, and the 3 captains at the first of the month or something like that.
That was kind of the questions I was trying to get at as far as building that, being able to build it to get those arrest records, you know, whether it's based on race, is it local, is it out of town, you know, those type of things that you can compile the information to figure out, you know, what that looks like. Again, if the overtime submission and tracking works right, it probably pays for itself.
Well, I did a little calculation today on the 2,089 hours that we've been able to flex out this year. If we just used a base officer pay for that, not even counting it at 1.5 for overtime, it comes to about $44,000. So, and once again, there's some other things that are factored into that as well, is that we've had a decrease in overtime this year, partially due to the 10-hour shifts, partially due to things related to COVID, so I can't tell you that all of it's based on that, but it sure allows the supervisors to manage that overtime in real time.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action or further discussion.
Mayor Hoppick, I move we approve Resolution 20-7844, authorizing the mayor to sign an order form entering into a 3-year agreement with QuickBase Incorporated for data management and process automation software at a cost of $70,849.23. Add one more sentence, sir. On a provisional basis, allowing for the city manager to have proper language added to secure our access to information, or if you'd like to improve the wording of that.
I'd say confirm our ongoing ownership of our data, and as well as access.
I like that better. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Second with the amendment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7844 with the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to 7.3.
Item 7.3, authorize the fire department to utilize sole source purchase of a remounted ambulance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Royce, Fire Chief. I'm here today to ask authorization to enter into a sole source contract with Osage Ambulance to remount one of our existing ambulances. However, I should have been here before you regarding this in mid-March, earlier this year. Let me explain why. Get this up. Our approved 2019 remount ambulance was delivered in early March. At that time, we proceeded to go ahead and order the 2020 remount. I should have presented this request for your authorization to you at that time before confirming the order for the 2020 remount. Ms. Pack, Debbie, thank you, discovered this omission last week and brought it to my attention when she was preparing to process this and could not locate the blue sheet. This oversight was not intentional or malicious or deliberate by any means, and was not done to disrespect this body. As department head, I take full responsibility for this mistake, and I assure the city manager and the commission this will not occur again. Beginning last year, the department moved to a remount program. This is when we returned one of our existing ambulances back to Osage and Lynn, Missouri, and they removed the patient module, update it, rebuild it, and remount it to a new Dodge Ram 450 chassis. This remount program provides shorter build times, minimizes the cost to Salina County, and ensures lifetime warranties on the patient module by this manufacturer, and so far it's been extremely successful. This 2020 approved remount that I'm asking for approval today is virtually complete and nearly ready for delivery. At this time, in an effort to resolve this issue, as best as possible, given the circumstances at this point, we've postponed delivery until authorization is granted. This 2020 sub-CIP budget for this allocates $180,000. As you'll see by a small chart there, this remount came in at $184,600. However, the department at this time can cover the overage with its EMS equipment line item. We were obviously a little over-aggressive in our potential savings when we budgeted for this last year. In 2019, you can see compared to 2020. However, we were assuming the possibility that the power load system, which we added to the one last year, would have been approved for 2020 sub-CIP funds where we could retrofit all of our ambulances that way, and that was not. This cost is billed to the Salina County, is billed to Salina County pursuant to the terms of the interlocal agreement involving EMS services, and that has been the practice for many years. Recommended action to authorize the department to proceed to sole source the remounting of one ambulance for 2020 to Osage Ambulance in the amount of $184,600. 2, do not authorize the sole source remounting and provide direction to the fire administration. Fire department recommends option 1. Would be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, I think I would like to have an executive session. So I will move that the City Commission recess an executive session for, let's give it 20 minutes until 5:20 to discuss the subject of non-elected employees' performance related to this agenda item based upon the need to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1. The open meeting will resume in this room at, I said, let's say 5:20.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, to move into executive session for 20 minutes, returning at 5:20. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will be back here in 20 minutes.
We'll adjourn into room 105, and this is an agenda item on your agenda, but we expect action as it relates to this topic when we return.
Chief Royce on the remount.
You know, Chief, how many times can we reuse a body, for lack of a better term? You say it's refurbished, but sooner or later, they're going to run out of gas, I presume.
Well, they really just used a shell for this.
Okay.
They physically strip it down to just, that's why the lifetime warranty goes with it with Osage.
Okay.
And they literally rebuild,
So-
rewire, redo everything. You get a brand-new box
Okay.
on the inside.
Right, right. So how does this cost compare to a completely new unit?
We were quoted $243,000 for a completely unit. And the last 2 times we've gone out to bid, only one manufacturer has actually bid, and that's been Osage.
Okay.
One other question. I think not too long ago, and I don't know whether it was the Stryker Power cot or some cot we talked about, seemed like
correct.
about 2 months ago.
In December.
Okay, well, time flies fast. All right. And it seemed like the knees bees as far as the only way that you'd want to do it, as far as transporting and lifting. What are we losing as far as functionality, risk of injury to firefighters and EMS by not having the cot? And the second part of that question, obviously, is how much does a cot cost?
A cot is usually, the cot itself is usually between $16,000 and $18,000. Now, the power load system, and this is kind of confusing, in the blue sheet I tried to differentiate. The power load system is a system that's constructed inside the patient module. It's the actual mechanism that takes all the weight off and moves the patient out and moves the patient in. The cot itself is obviously what the patient is on.
Okay.
Two
So you
separate-
have, the mechanism is included.
In this one, we did. You'll notice we took the cot out to try to get to budget. We were hopefully anticipating that in 2020, we asked for 5 sets of the power load system to retrofit all our ambulances, and we
So
didn't
that
get
was
that.
just, that was just the lifting system, not
Yes, sir.
the cot. Okay, I'm
So
straight now.
if the cot's
Okay.
not included, do we have another one we're
We
going to
do.
use
We
with
do
this
have an
unit?
extra. Yeah, we
Okay,
keep
so
it.
we're just not getting a new one, and we've got one to use?
Exactly. We
Okay.
try to keep and maintain a regular equipment schedule maintenance rotation. We try to always order an ambulance with a brand-new cot. So that would put our oldest cot at only 7 years old. And we do get credit and resale, or not resale, but we do get credit when we turn that back in.
By the way, having ridden one of these things, it's really kind of fun to ride if you don't think about why you're there.
I'll just take your word for it, if that's okay.
We did, there is, I'm doing some research right now. There is a possibility with the CARES Act of, it may be a stretch, but it does include some forms of emergency medical equipment that the possibility to pursue getting those retrofitted power load systems under that. It might be a stretch trying to tie that in there, but it's the guidelines just came out today, and they're kind of very vague. But that's obviously a possibility. That in that case, we could retrofit all the ambulances. Then anytime we did a remount, we would only be paying for the remount, the chassis, and the cot, which would obviously be well below, or closer to that 180, the 184. Versus the 215 the year before is what we.
And are we doing these on an annual basis?
We do
Pretty
them
much?
every year.
How many ambulances do we have in service?
We have 4 frontline ambulances and 3 reserve ambulances. We keep 7 at a time. Now, one of the things also that we used to do is when we would buy a new one, we'd obviously have to get rid of one of the physically get rid of. Now, we're not doing that. So obviously, we're just reusing them each time with a new chassis.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we authorize the department to single source the remounting of 1 ambulance for 2020 to Osage Ambulance in the amount of $184,600.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the department to single source the remounting of 1 ambulance for 2020 to Osage Ambulance, the amount of $184,600. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. That will bring us to 7.4.
Item 7.4, Resolution Number 20-7845, addressing the meeting schedules of City of Salina, Kansas subordinate boards and commissions and repealing Resolution Number 20-7824 and Resolution Number 20-7834.
Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I assume that you recall that in response to the mass gathering limitations and the staffing issues associated with COVID-19, we passed the two resolutions that were referenced. The intention of those resolutions was to acknowledge our inability to conduct meetings according to the mass gathering limitations. And then the second one identified that development services had need for me, and the mass gathering limitations had been adjusted at this point. It identified that the Development Services Department had need for meetings, but was still challenged from a staffing standpoint in terms of work sharing, so it proposed an alternate schedule of meetings. At this point, with mass gathering limitations lifted and we're down to face masks and we're identifying the need for meetings of other subordinate boards and committees, and we're kind of settled into a work sharing schedule. We think we can bring some of the other boards and commissions back online. What we have for you is resolution number 20-7845. It essentially calls or puts the other subordinate boards and committees back into a schedule and rotation like they were before. It still retains that modified schedule for development services out of recognition of the medium volume and load that the development services deals with on an annual basis, as well as the continued impacts of work sharing. We've had conversations. We recognize from the development community there's a desire to get back on as normal a schedule as possible, and we're mindful of that, but given the number, we have an employee furloughed, we have a number of employees on work share, and given the extensive nature of the packets for development services that have to be prepared, we're still proposing that they stay on that revised schedule. One thing that I did want to point out to you is there is the language in the resolution that identifies the fact that we trying to find the language back, I apologize. It does build some discretion in that, provided that sufficient measures to comply with applicable requirements and guidance are in place, and further provided that sufficient necessity exists to merit conducting each meeting, and if in the city manager's discretion a meeting cannot be conducted in compliance with applicable executive orders or any other applicable federal, state, or local orders, or sufficient business does not exist to merit a meeting under the circumstances, a meeting may be canceled or postponed. So it does grant some discretion to the city manager to kind of react to whatever regulations might be in place and our ability to meet those, as well as if we don't have sufficient business, recognizing that we're trying to kind of balance competing interests, we could still cancel or postpone based on the specifics of a particular board or committee. So as mentioned, the resolution 20-7845 repeals the two resolutions that were adopted previously, spells out the schedule for development services, and then reinstitutes the schedule for the other subordinate boards and committees. I'd be happy to, and as usual, your options are to approve the resolution as presented. You could approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate. You could postpone consideration, which would allow the current approach to remain in effect. You could vote to deny the resolution, and that would have the community development services schedule remain in effect, and other subordinate boards and committees would continue not to meet until you took further action. Staff's recommendation is to approve the resolution, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Public comment? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve resolution number 20-7845.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7845. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to 7.5.
7.5, budget discussion.
Okay. We wanted to allow this time so that we could complete the discussion if we didn't complete it during our study session. So we are at revenues. If I can get the...
Before you get started, since you're looking for your place, I just had one question about the pay plan. So are we planning on keeping everybody either furloughed or work reduced hours through the end of 2020? Or are we looking, what's our timetable on
Right.
bringing people back?
So the revised plan that we brought to you wasn't necessarily everyone till the end of 2020. It was a break-even point that was calculated individually for each employee, accounting for basically if they were receiving a, for lack of a better word, windfall because of the $600 a week payment, trying to then take into account that upfront windfall and offset it with a reduced work share and a reduced paycheck, and then calculate an individual date to return to work.
Okay.
So certain employees, that break-even point extended into next spring, and we didn't want to carry it that far, so we capped everybody at 30 weeks, and then depending on individual circumstances, they may have a date that was earlier than that 30 weeks. Now, knowing what we know about April's sales tax data, the last conversation we had was our recommendation was to at least continue work share through July 25th, which is when the federal pandemic unemployment compensation ends, and that would give us a little bit more time to get May's numbers and see what we've got. I don't want to create false hope, but I'm certainly open to looking at the numbers and trying to bring people back sooner. We're going to have to look at, the finances, and it may be that we're then going to have to look at functions. We're hearing a lot about parks, mowing, and maintenance. That might be a high priority to bring back sooner rather than later. I've had some conversations about water customer accounting being closed on Friday and the inconvenience that creates. That, we might start to then individually see if we can start bringing people back. It creates a whole equity issue in that essential employees that continue to work didn't receive the $600 a week, didn't receive a windfall, and rather than break even, employees that come back early may actually come out financially ahead. Now, having said that, I have quite a few employees were emotionally upset to not be essential and to be furloughed and be put on work share. There's a lot of other considerations, but from an equity standpoint, there's only so much we can do in terms of balancing all these interests.
Yeah, I think we need to weigh that, bringing people back. Again, I've still stated, I think August is when we really find out where we stand, unless there's they talk about another wave of some, stimulus checks, so we'll see. But trouble is, August we won't know those numbers until October, so so I think we still need to be a little cautious, but.
Yeah, I agree, and admittedly, our accuracy is not going to be very good, but we will at least have been able to observe April and then see what our financial numbers look like.
Yeah.
Observe May, see what those financial numbers look like, and while we may not have June, July, and August numbers,
it may give us a little bit of
better sense of how to interrelate.
Yeah, so.
And the only thing I would add to that is that as we understood the program better, the latest date that we've calculated now is November 2nd.
Okay.
Because there was a 26-week maximum allowed for unemployment, so we backed everybody up to November 2nd was the last date that people would be out.
All right, thank you.
So the last section that we'll talk about is revenues. General fund revenue, as we all know, sales and use tax is 30% of our revenue in the general fund. These are from 2019. Property tax is 22%, franchise fees 12%, transfers 8%. So then we wanted to look at some of these top revenue numbers. Sales tax, as we know, has been going down for 2020 because of COVID. Historically, however, we've seen since we've implemented that these numbers have been rising. So we would anticipate as we get through COVID that hopefully those numbers will continue that trend. I will mention on the loss that we're showing here with the sales tax number, if you recall, the use tax number's gone up. So I think the last number that we presented to you was that we are pretty flat right now in 2020 as compared to 2019.
Would it make sense to somehow add the use tax in here?
We track it separately, and so we do have these tables.
I'm just saying, because what we're maybe losing in sales tax, we're gaining in that use tax. It'd be nice to know
how that
Yeah, how
calculates.
that
Do we
kind
have
of-
those combined into one?
As far as dollars received, we could combine them, but converting them to sales.
Sales is
that's
hard.
where we run into an issue.
I
Yeah.
got you. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew there was some reason we had that.
Yeah. Of course, I want to know what money we're getting. Okay.
Right, right.
know.
Yeah, we could certainly combine them as far as tax dollars received,
Yeah.
but not transfer them
Might be
to
just
sales.
interesting to see as we go forward.
Right, right. Then we wanted to show how our revenues have been increasing over the past few years. In 2017, we actually collected a lower amount than 18, and then 19 went up to 8.5 million in the special sales tax fund. Our 18 number was a little lower than 17. We're budgeting for 2021. We've gone back, as I've mentioned before, to the 2019 actual, which is about $8.5 million, and about $13 million in the general fund. Franchise fees is another one of our large revenue in the types in the general fund, and this graphic shows how it kind of goes back and forth, but electric is our largest franchise fee. We're budgeting that back to the 2019. We budgeted higher in 2020, but expect that number to come down a little lower. Water and wastewater is flat because that's a number that we just transfer from the water and wastewater fund. The gas, we're budgeting back to 19, which is a little bit lower than the 2020 budgeted number for franchise fees. Property tax, our assessed valuations did not go up a lot in 2020. And a big reason for that was that we had a significant, there was a significant reduction in personal property based on a, can't think of the word, appeal, thank you, in 2019. So when we looked at the 2020 budget numbers where we show that $2.7 million in pending exemptions, that $1.5 million of that was for a personal property exemption, and that actually did occur, so that number really reduced our number in the 2021 valuation. So we only saw our valuations go up by 0.34% in 2021. In 2020, we had seen a 4.26% increase. So in my mind, that's pretty flat at this point. As far as taxes levied, we levied $12 million for the 2019 budget, 12.2. We levied 13.3 for the 2020 budget. Now, this is the wrong page. This is a property tax calculation. This gets really complicated because there's so many, this is the pages that I gave you new ones. So you should have a set of 4 new pages that I left on your dais just before the meeting. And the reason for that was that there's some discussion about whether, how to apply special assessment. What we had previously done was just put in the amount that we were actually paying for special assessment debt. But in reading the language and getting some direction from the state, their indication was that we could do that because that's what we had done before. However, it was probably in the best interest of the taxpayer that we only include the amount that's the difference between what we collect in special assessment revenues, and what we actually pay out in special assessment debt. And so that number was a reduction in that original calculation. So basically, there's two methods to which we can raise the property tax based on the cap. The first part is based on the consumer price index. The state gives us that number. It's the average of the 5-year prior something CPI. That was 1.8% this year. So based on our levy of $13.3 million, we have the capacity to raise our taxes $239,682 in 2021. The other portion of the exemption is based on changes in value and things related to the valuation of your properties. So as we see, if we saw increased property, personal property, if we saw reductions in abatements or things like that, those are items that we can take advantage of to increase our tax. And that portion allows us an increase of $189,616. And then the increased property tax revenues, which are really the exemptions, those you're allowed for on the special assessment debt. You're also allowed to raise your taxes if you're budgeted for law enforcement and the fire department. And basically how it's calculated is if my budget is higher for the current year, the coming year, than it was for the prior year, then I can offset the difference by raising taxes. In our case, we're reducing our budget for those areas, so we don't have any capacity to raise taxes to cover those differences. So in total, we have capacity to change, based on the property tax lid, we have the capacity to change our taxes $467,533, which is about 1.044 mils. The 2020 levy was $13,315,000. If we decided to increase the levy based on that allowable amount, which basically it just means we do not have to go. If we go over that amount, we have to go out to an election. And that's really what the tax lid is all about. If we chose to raise it, we could go up to $13.783 million in our property tax. That's all the revenue. The next steps basically for us is on July 15th. We have a special study session on Wednesday that we're going to discuss issues and options. And all of you that have been through this before, it's where we go through each of these individual items like SDI, pay plan, comprehensive fees, and we discuss those individually, and we ask for your direction or a consensus on how you want us to budget those items, so that then we can prepare the budget, the draft budget for you to present to you next week. So that'll be the 15th. We'll talk about issues and options. The 20th, which is Monday, we'll present the draft budget, which is with all those changes that you give us. Where does the budget lie? On the 27th, we'll come back to you and request a publication date. And at that time, we must set our maximum mill levy rate and our maximum expenditures. So once we get to the 27th, we cannot go over those numbers. We can always go down. We can't go up. So on the 27th, that's when we're kind of locked into what we want our mill levy to be, a maximum mill levy and a maximum expenditure amount.
And that's without knowing what the values will be, correct?
We have the values.
Okay.
We have the values, which was what I showed here. Those values, however, do change.
That's what I was going to say.
They could change, but if you look at this screen, I think it's this one. One of these. I was noticing this earlier. When they gave us the information for 2020, which was this year's budget, the amount was $448,061,000. When they certified it in November, it was the top right-hand column, which is the $448,039.
Right.
So it only changed about $20,000 in that time frame. So they could still have appeals or something like that, exemptions that haven't been finalized in that time. In the time between in last year's evaluations, it didn't change that much. But what they'll do is if that changes, they'll change our levy to meet our tax needs. So is that what you're going to say? So if we say we need $10 million in taxes for the general fund, no matter what the valuation does, when they set that on November 1st, they'll match our tax dollars to a levy. And that's why sometimes we'll see that levy rate change, because it changes because the valuation's changed. But our tax dollars that we budget will stay the same.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Okay. So then on July 27th, that's when we'll come to you for that budget. We'll publish the budget on July 30th. We'll hold our public hearing and have our first reading to adopt the budget on August 10th. And then on August 17th, we'll have the second reading to adopt the budget, the position classifications, and the comprehensive fee schedule. And then we have to have that to the county by August 25th. And that's why, as Mr. Scrigg mentioned, we have a very tight calendar. It doesn't give us much time to get it all done, so. Is there anything that we can provide to you before Wednesday that will help you as we go into making these decisions on Wednesday? I will try to get you the actual issues and options information out, hopefully tomorrow, early, maybe. It's not a very big document, so I might just email it, but at least tells you what we're going to be discussing on Wednesday that way.
I guess I do not know the time of that Wednesday meeting.
2:30.
2:30?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
It's 2:30 to 5.
Okay, any
I
questions?
just want to say, considering the compressed time frame we find ourselves in with everything going on, I think you guys have done a great job in terms of putting this together, pulling the numbers and making them kind of make sense. It's very difficult to do, especially given the uncertainty.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Debbie and Tara have not turned down any request for any level of work or information, and they've continued to take a tidbit of information and make it into what it is here. So I certainly appreciate all their effort.
A lot of information.
A lot of information.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, that's all I have then.
Thank you, ladies. Good job. Okay, we have no development business. Any of the commissioners have any other business they'd like to bring forward?
I would like to make a request that at some point after we get through the budget process, I don't want to add to the load until then, that you bring us the purchasing policy so we can at least review that and see if, you know, it needs to be tweaked in our judgment to try to have a little better handle on what happens.
Certainly. It's been a task that is on our, near the top of our list in terms of a priority. I think we can certainly start with a study session to give you an overview of what the purchasing policy says, how it works, and then what we've been working on is preparation of suggested revisions to the purchasing policy improvements. So we can see what we can do there in terms of walking through that as well. And I do have another business item, if I may.
I just have one real quick, too.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank both city and county staff, and I think probably I'm directing this at Rachel Hind-Constantino, for putting out the FAQs on the mask ordinance. I found it incredibly helpful, and I can't tell you how many people I referred to it over the last week. So thanks to staff for putting this together and for putting the signage together so that we can give people the resources that they need. And as we work through this in the weeks ahead, it's my hope. I know that the city and the county and USD 305 have been working really closely together, and it's my hope that maybe we can bring Salina Regional into that conversation and, you know, produce some more educational materials, because I think there's a lot of not very good information about there, and we have such tremendous resources within our own community. It seems like we could really get some good information out there so that people know what we're dealing with globally, nationally, and actually locally, and the pressures that Salina Regional is experiencing right now.
So just to be clear, you're not in that message, you're not referring to administration of this. You're talking about statistics and
statistics, what, you know, like in terms of
cases
what success looks like for Salina from not putting pressure on Salina regional staff and their facilities, because we are a regional health center. I mean, we're not just taking care of a neighborhood within a city. I mean, we've got all of north central Kansas. So I think it's, we just need to be aware that it's not just the Saline County numbers that are impacting our hospital, it's other counties. And, you know, what can we all do to, aside from masking, what are some common sense things that we could do to slow the spread?
Good point.
Hey, Mr. Scragg, you had something?
Yeah, my item actually kind of relates to that. As we've fielded questions and tried to produce the FAQs, there's one thing in particular that has gotten staff's attention as we try to interpret it and give good guidance on the FAQs. So I'd like to walk you through it a little bit, tell you what my intended approach is, and if you disagree, then we might need to talk about how to amend the ordinance to clarify. But and not to make excuses, but to give you a little bit of background. You know, we started with the governor's executive order, and then Wichita was a step ahead. City of Wichita was a step ahead of us in terms of adopting an ordinance that, with their Sedgwick County opting out of the governor's executive order. So we relied heavily on the city of Wichita's ordinance that they tried to mirror the governor's executive order, and then we made some local changes. So from the governor's order to Wichita to us, there is a little bit of a difference in terms of the wording and the approach, but for the most part, it very much mirrors the original governor's executive order. So there's 4 things that touch on, the topic is, on the one end of the spectrum, whenever you're inside a building, whenever as an individual you have to wear a mask, and whenever, if you're an operator of a business or a building, whenever anyone's inside your building, you're expected to require them to wear a mask. But then there's also provisions in all of these, governor's executive order down to our ordinance, that contemplate if you can or cannot maintain 6 feet of social distancing. And there's more conflict there than I would like. It's understandably creating confusion, and it's putting staff on the spot to provide an interpretation. So in order of strict interpretation to, for lack of a better word, more lenient interpretation, I wanted to walk you through 4 provisions of the ordinance as it's currently written. So the most, in my opinion, the most strict provision relates to businesses, and just for your just to remind you of the provision, it says all businesses, organizations, and nonprofit associations in the city of Salina must require all employees, customers, visitors, members, or members of the public to wear a mask or other face covering when. And as I said, I think the most strict language in the ordinance is when customers, members, visitors, or members of the public are in a facility managed by the business or organization. A very strict interpretation of that could be someone's in a business's front lobby, every employee and customer in the building, basement or otherwise, they all have to wear masks. I mean, there's no provision beyond that. You have someone in your building, everybody needs to wear a mask. The second most restrictive, again, is imposed on the businesses, and it's when employees are working in any space visited by customers, members of the public, or coworkers who are present at the time. We added who are present at the time, but nonetheless, it's whenever they're working in any space visited with someone else in the room. No provision for separation distances or any of that type of language. So then what I think is the next progression is, as it relates to individuals, all persons in the city of Salina shall cover their mouths and nose with a mask or other face covering when they are in the following situations. Inside any indoor public space where distancing of 6 feet at all times is not possible. So now there's an interjection of a 6-foot distance, and the expectation is you have to maintain the 6-foot distance at all times. And the fourth one is back on the business side of the provisions, and that's when employees are in any room or enclosed area where other people, except for individuals who reside together, are present and are unable to maintain a 6-foot distance except for infrequent or incidental moments of closer proximity. So now you have physical separation, and you have this consideration of whether it's infrequent or incidental or whether it's prolonged. So I hope that makes sense to you in terms of it kind of covers the entire spectrum of wear masks at all times, down to wear masks when you are not able to stay 6 feet apart and not able to avoid infrequent contact. In an effort, and our FAQs were, frankly, my first pass at trying to provide guidance on what that all means, and my focus was on that last section I read you about employees and 6 foot distance and incidental moments of proximity. But as over the weekend and today, as we looked at the conflicts within the ordinance in greater detail, the only way that I can make the current language make sense and say, here's an interpretation that I think balances all that, is to say that while there are strict provisions, there is contemplation of a more detailed and less strict standard. And Greg, I'm taking liberties with some legal concepts, but if you have to try to make all the provisions of this ordinance make sense, I can't get them to make sense if you always have to wear masks, and then there's all these scenarios in addition. The only way I can get it to make sense is to say that there's a general expectation of masks, but it ends up when you cannot maintain 6 foot of distance, and when you and that incidental moments of proximity are acceptable. So I'm telling you all that because I think in my role trying to interpret the ordinance and administer it, that's the approach I'm comfortable taking as it's currently written. If you as a city commission disagree and you want something more specific, you want something more stringent, then staff would be happy to try to help you through amending the ordinance, but we would need guidance, and then we'd need to prepare an amendment for your consideration. That's a lot of information, and I'd be happy to try to go over it to however much you would like.
I can just give you my practical interpretation, is that if I have to be less than 6 feet from someone that I don't cohabitate with, the mask is on.
Is on?
On.
Correct. Right.
Period. If I'm in a work area where people are usually somewhat spread apart, if the public is in that area, then the mask should be on. And that's my interpretation of hospital's policy for our office. If we have a patient in the office, then anyone in the office here where that patient might go has to have a mask on for the entire time that patient's in the office.
So if you, just so I understand, in a hypothetical, if you have, I don't know, 50 people in offices spread across multiple floors, if you have a patient anywhere in that area, everyone has to wear the mask?
Well, it would be in my office suite for that one. So we have several suites in the building, so it just gets duplicated in each suite. But if there's a patient on the 3rd floor, we don't have to mask on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Because the walls themselves become the barriers.
Right.
If we don't anticipate patients being in the office that day, and we are actually well more than 6 feet apart from each other, 3 people in 3 different rooms, there's no practical reason for us to have the mask on, because we high and by, but it's
Right.
We're not spending that much time next to each other. If we are, then we put the mask on.
Some of the difficult scenarios that are being raised that we struggle to, interpret this clearly is you've got people in a work area and a client is passing through on their, with an employee on their way to a conference room, and so they're walking down a hallway past employees in cubicles. Or the other scenario is you get to a conference room and everyone can separate by 6 feet. Can they take their masks off? And I mean, I understand the expectations are all the way across the spectrum. I'm trying to balance conflicting provisions within the ordinance. And so it's one of two things. You as a governing body can provide additional clarification on exactly what you want, and we can amend the ordinance, or without amending it, I feel like that provision for the 6 foot social distancing and infrequent proximity kind of mitigates some of those other provisions, and the only way I can get the entire ordinance to make sense is to rely on that 6-foot infrequent proximity approach.
It very often boils down to how well you know or trust the other people in that room, even other.
Yeah.
Now, 6 feet is, if you watch people sneeze and those powder with the air, 6 feet is like sitting next to somebody. Yeah, so it's, well,
Admittedly,
I mean, look at us in here.
Well,
Admittedly, the original language was if you are in a space that a customer may visit at some point in the future, you need to wear a mask by yourself. So the most conservative approach is it's in the air, it's in the HVAC, it's in the system long-term, wear a mask. But then there's a lot of provision elsewhere about just keep 6 foot of separation and don't be in close proximity for too long.
And that's something where, when I mentioned teaming up with Salina Regional, I feel like that's something that, we have an infectious disease person on staff, both a physician and like a nursing director. And I think that's the kind of information that would be helpful for me, because I don't have that knowledge. And in your example about the client that would be walking past cubicles, I would hope that the client would care enough about the company that he's doing business or she is doing business with, that they would be masked in going to the conference room for their meeting.
I can assure you that's not the premise of any of the questions I'm getting asked. It's on the other end of that expectation.
Well, in addition to the hospital staff, we have a county medical officer.
But
and we have expertise that probably should propose answers to those questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. With respect to the ordinance that's adopted and having to give people answers yet tonight and tomorrow morning, just to be clear, in hopes of making it easy for you as the governing body, my intention would be, as it's currently written, 6 foot of social distancing and infrequent moments of proximity is the standard contemplated in the ordinance. I can go forward with that. If you'd like additional information, you have a couple of options. If you would like additional information from hospital, health department, we can certainly ask for that. Or if you would like a different approach, then we need to amend the ordinance and figure out the approach that you as a governing body want to take.
And this is probably, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, so I apologize. So would that mean that if I went to Dillon's, for example, and I said, well, I think I can maintain 6 feet of distance between myself and other customers, so therefore I don't need to wear my mask?
We have people asserting that. I don't know, it's hard for me to agree that you could maintain social distancing in an uncontrolled environment like that. And if you look at the frequently asked questions, it tries to get to the fact of your ability to control your interaction with others and maintain 6 feet of social distancing. So I don't know how I'd word the FAQ exactly, but in an uncontrolled environment like that, or KKOA lead sled, or whatever the case may be, I don't think that's a fair assumption that you could manage your interactions. But people have already asserted it and are trying to make that case.
To your point, you have no control of someone coming up next to you.
Right.
You can control where you go, but in a grocery store, it's be a neat experiment to try, but you'd be hard pressed to.
Earlier in the evening, I saw Mr. Michael Spicer here, and I don't know if he or someone on the theater's behalf ask about the performers wearing masks. Is there any kind of an exception to address that?
Well, he and I traded emails, and I was under the impression, and he may have misunderstood the format of the meeting, but I was under the impression that he was going to approach you to kind of reiterate his request for an exemption. And there are other inquiries about, what about this scenario, what about that scenario? So you're aware of the emails that are coming to you at the City Commission email address. At the FAQ email address, there's been a very limited number, I think 8 by noon today, 8 different individuals contacted us. So exemptions are a whole nother conversation, but there's not discretion built in for me as the city manager or staff to, respond to requests for exemptions, each one of those would take an amendment to the ordinance. And to Mr. Spicer's point, there's a provision for athletics, but not provision for dancing and performing. And I would be the first to admit, all along, there's been the presumption that athletics needs to go on, and if masks are possible, then make use of them. If they're not, the presumption is go ahead and compete in that athletic event without masks. But that's been the guidance from day one.
I feel like I have enough knowledge to make a call on a specific exemption without, talking to somebody who knows a lot more about how the particles are spread, how far they can go. I would ask that we, be able to have a virtual panel where we could ask questions or something, but I'd love to have some way to reach out and get more information from the people that are dealing with this in the front lines. Because we do have people hospitalized and we have people in the ICU. And, yeah.
I think the way you approach it, I'd written down 3 things as you were reading the discrepancies in the report. And for me, mask if you're less than 6 feet from someone, unless it's, your spouse or person you live with. Mask when the public is present. And the approach is, I need to have a mask on any time I could give the virus to somebody else.
Within 6 feet or beyond 6 feet?
Well, really, anytime. If I'm running laps in this room and I'm exercising and I'm breathing heavy, then this whole room is at risk. But certainly, anybody less than 6 feet, mask on. I mean, it's just...
Well, and the reason I asked the question is, I guess my level of comfort, given the way the ordinance is written presently, is that 6 feet separation. If you as a governing body want to clarify that and have it be something other than that, then I think we need to amend the ordinance.
I think the 6 feet is the, for lack of a better term, industry standard for social separation now.
Yeah, pretty commonplace. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I really want to bring to your attention as the governing body the interpretive difficulty we're having, my proposed interpretation of the ordinance as it's currently written, and if you want to give alternate direction, I wanted you to have that opportunity.
I think your approach accomplishes the goal of most of the people masking most of the time. They're close enough to somebody that they could spread the virus if they had it. I mean, that's where we're trying to get to.
Any comments on this end?
I think I made a comment at the meeting is what we want to get to is if you're within 6 feet of somebody, wear a mask. I mean, that's pretty simple and straightforward, and I still don't understand why we actually adopted all the complicated language because I think it is confusing. If you're within 6 feet of somebody, wear a mask. Inside, outside, doesn't matter. The other issue, the question I have, I guess not an issue, is when we require businesses, we say businesses must require people present to wear a mask. What does that mean? Does that mean they're required to post a sign noticing them that there is a requirement? Some do that, and it's apparently fairly successful. I visited the same 6 businesses I did before we did that, and compliance went up from less than 50% to probably 98%. So it is having an effect, but I do think that the simpler interpretation we can put on it, the better off we are. We're not going to hit 100% of every circumstances. And you're always going to have somebody who makes that judgment and say, I can go to the grocery store and never be within 6 feet of somebody. Well, that's not likely. It's unless it's midnight and the store's deserted,
And you self-checkout.
But if we can get to where we're addressing, where 90% of the people who exercise common sense will say, I need a mask. And I think simply saying, if you're within 6 feet of somebody, wear a mask. That's... and that's whether it's inside a business or inside of a, a public gathering place. Obviously, if you're out in the open and you're riding a bicycle or running or walking your dog, probably not. You might occasionally come close to somebody, but it's certainly in passing, and there's not an extended exposure. So we hit 90% of the exposures. We're doing pretty good, and so I think the simpler we can make it, the better off we are.
That's what I said last week. Said that first thing. If you look at the minutes, I've had people call me. I said, use common sense. We're not. I agree with Commissioner Franz. We're not going to hit 100%. If we get even 70 or 80% that follow the rules, that's 70 or 80% less people we have that have the opportunity to spread the disease. It's still just weird that the 5 of us sit here wearing masks. If we all want it, which we can't do, but if we all wanted to go have supper together, we'd walk over to Blue Sky, we could all sit down at the same table and take our masks off and eat for an hour. That's an exception. And I've seen it happen, and I've seen it at places where somebody's sitting at a table and they're drinking, and they're not out of compliance with the ordinance, but so all we can do is do what we think's best. And I think, Mike, you can't come up with an answer for everybody. And, we do it at our office maybe different than Clark, Mize, and Linville does it. But we're trying to do the best we can to protect our customers and stuff. And that's all I can say is just tell people if you're within 6 foot, wear a mask. They tell you that the 6 foot's more important than a mask, probably. So let's just try to do the best we can. Hope the public will use good common sense. I have noticed in the short time we've done it that masks are much more prevalent inside than outside. I think when you get to that outside environment, people feel safer, and you see a lot less masks, even if there's groups together. I saw that several times this weekend. So hopefully what we're doing is, I don't know if that helps you any.
It helps a great deal. I wanted to communicate to you.
I like your line about the common sense, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Seriously, and if you are in an environment where you can't control the interactions, or, like it might be appropriate for a receptionist at Mike's office or at Clark, Mize, Linville to be masked up, but the people who are working away from that common area, no.
And if you look at the ordinance, it talks about except for infrequent or incidental moments of closer proximity. Now, who defines that? To me, if I'm walking by somebody quickly, do I fall under that? Because, as I said last week, I still have an issue with the quarantine when they talk about you have to be in proximity to somebody for 10 minutes. That's not incidental or infrequent, proximity. So there's a lot of contradictory things out there, whether both on the virus and both on what you should do. Let's just try to use, common sense. And I'm going to quote my wife, if she's listening, good for her. But, she says, common sense is a flower that doesn't grow in everybody's garden. That's our problem. If everybody had it, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. So
I've never heard that before.
I do believe peer pressure is working. I mean, I know people that weren't going to wear a mask that actually saw one of them at Dillon's the other day, and he had it on. I don't think he was smiling underneath it, but he did have it on. So I believe, whether you're 3 years old or you're 63-year-old, I think peer pressure will have some effect. So anyway.
That's very helpful. I didn't want to put you on the spot and have you tell me how you fix all this. What I want to do is say, here's how I intend to proceed. If you want to do something different, give you the opportunity to
I'd leave it the way it is.
Manner.
As I said last week, I think it's a poorly written ordinance. Came out of Topeka, not our, we adopted it, but I still think it's poorly written because, we're getting a lot of calls. I've even got a call as you have from an attorney going, how do you interpret this? And I said, I don't. I'm just going to do what I think's best. So
if I could add one related topic, and that is, we haven't, I've been reluctant to put it on your agenda and force you to have a very difficult conversation about a topic you may not even want to take up, but it continues to come up as, something we may need to discuss. And the county commission took the approach of, they put it on a 2-week cycle to revisit. There was some mention in this group, I think last week, that had some merit. If you want to give me any direction on what you would like on your future agendas, how you'd like to approach it, that would be helpful in terms of having it on the agenda when you expect it to be there and not forcing it on you when you don't.
I mentioned last week about putting a date on it, and no one seemed to, and it's something that we're going to be able, I guess, to look at the numbers every week. I mean, I honestly believe that this is a roller coaster ride that we're on, and without somebody coming up with something that's going to do away with this until we get some kind of a treatment that, we come out of we do this for 4 weeks, things look great, we may go back up. I mean, that's why I'm glad I'm not in the school system.
Well, and that's going to be a big test.
I don't know how they possibly, get through a school year with what we have until we get,
because it's not just students, it's a lot of parents go to the school
and
twice
teachers.
a day.
You got teachers
drop the
that are
kids
gonna
off and pick them up. So that's when things really get mixed up.
Well, and I think we all got the email, I think it was from the city commission site, from a teacher who said, I'd appreciate it if you all would approach this with your goal being to get the kids back in school safely this fall. And, so from where I'm sitting, until we start to see a pretty significant decline in cases, I just, I think that we've got the mask ordinance, and I worry about if we set times to revisit it every week, every 2 weeks, whatever, then we're going to have a lot of the same people saying the same things, and it's not going to be something that advances the conversation. It's just it just gets discussed to death, and we have to just keep ripping that Band-Aid off and putting it back on. So
and I appreciate that. I'm very reluctant to just unexpectedly place it on your agenda for you. Now, if something comes along in the way of a governor's executive order or a county commission action that we must respond to, and I have no reservation of placing it on your agenda, but just as a ongoing policy / community discussion, I'm going to be looking to you as the governing body to give me an indication you want to take it up again before I just stick it on your agenda.
Well, if you could keep us updated with current, with the current information.
Numbers, okay.
Meeting by meeting, that would be useful to me. I don't
Okay.
want to have to research those things.
And we do have a county health department director who's staying on top of this and communicating regularly.
Okay.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scragg. Okay, with that, we have a executive session we need to move into. How long do we need?
I've heard about that. 20 minutes? 20 minutes?
20 minutes, okay.
All right. Mr. Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss the subject of the city's claim arising from the detection, isolation, and cleanup of asbestos materials in the basement and basement stairwell of Fire Station Number 2 with special legal counsel Eileen Monk via telephone and the city's legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:40. I'm going to give us a minute to walk down to 6:43.
6:43.
second.
We have a motion and a second to move into executive session for 20 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
And
We'll be
should
back
be-
in this room, and there is a chance for possible
We'll
action.
conduct the executive session at 1:05, and the agenda includes the possibility of action.
This thing in here said the second.
Okay, we are back in session. We have no action to take at this time. So with that, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn?
Second.
Motion and second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, see you next week.